Happy Friday. How is everybody doing? I'm Adam Green. This is No More News. It is July 31st, 2026. So much to talk about with you guys today. I'm seeing so many black pills on the timeline and usual suspects collabs I want to get into today. Tons of stuff. No way we're getting to it. We're so close, guys. We're so close to cracking the whole case. I got explosive stuff today. Grab your popcorn. Stay tuned. Get ready for the receipts. It's going to be explosive. The whole thing is coming down today with Elizabeth Lane, the Eastern European, born in Georgia, huge Russia shill. On Tucker. Like, Tucker exclusively interviews Russia shills and conspiracy kooks. It just dropped. I haven't had a chance, but just look at this stuff. The anti-Christian bot army. As if that's a thing. Where is this anti-Christian bot army? They ain't backing our anti-Christian crusade. I'll tell you that. Look at our numbers. There's no botting going on our numbers, clearly. That's straight projection. So she's also been on Candace. She's been one of the biggest purveyors of the Charlie Kirk stuff as well. I mean, here's her view on America. Look at this.
America is the cancer of the world, I always say. America is the cancer of the world, I always say.
America is the cancer of the world. That's the type of anti-Western, anti-American subversion that's going on with all of these people every single time. We got Stu Peters is on, Jimmy Dore talking Charlie Kirk conspiracies with fill-in host Garland Nixon, who literally is a Russian agent that worked for Sputnik and I believe RT also. We got Sean Stone, son of Oliver Stone, on with Sam Tripoli. Sean Stone, who also had a show on RT, who also did shows with Jesse Ventura, who had a show on RT, conspiracy theory show on RT. Sorry, that was on another show, but I'm all right. What's his name? Oh, shoot. What's his name? Okay, hold on. We're going to keep going. Anyway, Sean Stone, his dad, Oliver Stone, did the pro-Putin documentaries also. He did the JFK documentary with Arnon Milchan. Tripoli's also worked, there it is, Russian propagandist Sean Stone. Hosted a show on Russian state-funded RT America until the network was shut down. Sam's also close, apparently, with Ben Swan, who also had a show on RT. And they're talking. He was just on Tucker, also, Sean Stone. He covering like kooky alien demon stuff. Jesse Ventura. Remember, he did the show on conspiracy theories with Jesse Ventura. Jesse, who also had a show on RT. Like, how is this not just blatantly obvious what's going on here? Okay, I'm not even sure where to start with that. I don't even know where to start. I have so much stuff. The Branding Tatum stuff. Let me see here. We're gonna cover the Spain stuff. We got Alex Jones and Roger Stone beefing. We got a new Candace Lego video. Some Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore has this, if we eat just 1 billion, or I don't know who this guy is, some fill-in host. This guy's some socialist. They're covering the Tyler Robinson thing. Garland Nixon, the Sputnik host, is having Stu Peters on to talk Charlie Kirk. Like, how is this just not obviously a Russian faction controlled op slop? I need to make a meme. It's going to be Bibi and Putin smiling and shaking hands with Alex Jones and Tucker and Candace and Stu and a few other people with dunce hats, and it's going to say, couldn't ask for worse enemies, couldn't ask for dumber enemies, couldn't ask for a worse opposition. So Alex Jones has again called for the impeachment of Trump. So Roger Stone says he's not coming on the show anymore. Destiny and Professor Dave are beefing. All the internet's calling Professor Dave an anti-Semite. We can get into some of that as well. There's no clips on this girl yet, so we're just going to have to... Oh, I forgot to. We got these see-through-it-all clips of, what is her name? Melanie Phillips, saying Europe and Christians owe Jews everything, and civilization is all because of Jews, and she wants everybody to be Christian. All right. So this is where I want to start. Let's hear what they have to say about these bots. Yeah, as if they're not botted by third world and Russian bots. Give me a break. The Russian propaganda network is going to expose propaganda. Okay. I never even knew who this girl was until she was on Tucker the first time and had like no following. I remember I looked her up and she had like 2,000 followers on X. And then all of a sudden, she's on Tucker. She's on InfoWars. She's over here. She's on Candace. She's pushing the Charlie Kirk thing. She's towing the same lines as all of this sphere has been doing. This sphere that we already have identified, that all in lockstep do all of the kosher opposition talking points, all of the anti-American, Abrahamic controlled op, Christian Muslim controlled op. Julian Dory, yeah, he's John Kirk. I mean, the list is so long, it's almost everybody, to be honest. All of the leading opposition to the Zionist is pretty much in this camp from what I see.
Elizabeth Lane, thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you.
So I was thinking about this interview. I never preemptively respond to criticism or really respond at all. But in this one specific case, I was thinking about it because you're from Georgia, not Atlanta.
No, not Atlanta. The country.
The country.
Where Stalin was from. He was Georgian, right? Eastern European.
The Caucasian country of Georgia. And you have been accused of being a foreign intel operative, right?
Yes.
Which you deny.
Of course.
I just want to say out loud, I don't care. Because that's not the point. The point is the story you're about.
Yeah, even if she's not being paid, she's still clearly like ideologically pro-Eastern, anti-Western. Like, they don't make any bones about that. Yeah, bruh. Nate Live says, bruh. He doesn't care. I don't care if you're a Russian agent, actually. Who cares? Who cares? Wow.
To tell true or is it not? And I should also say, having spent my entire life talking to undeclared intel operatives from one country or another, you look back and you're like, oh, wait, you were working on behalf of that country. Live in a country where, operatives for Israel are everywhere in our media.
Yes.
Paid or unpaid, irrelevant to me. Even when Mark Levin...
Paid or unpaid, irrelevant. I mean, it is relevant, but also in a sense, it's not relevant because even not paid, they could advance all the talking points. They could be boosted. They could be platformed within the networks.
Vin says something. My first response
from the formerly Russian-controlled Georgia. Yeah,
I forced myself is to ask, is this true? Because that's what matters. So your critics would like the conversation to be about you.
She's so often called a Russian agent that the first thing they talk about is when he brings her on is trying to sweep for it. Confessions of Tucker.
And I would like to see a conversation about what you're saying.
Oh, yeah.
So I just want to say that up front.
I love it. Yeah.
No, because that's what matters. And the whole thing is a diverse...
She used to work with this guy that I remember looking into one time. I think he might be part Jewish. Jason Shirka. He has some like weird like health, new agey type of shtick going on. And she was like working in his organization. So something could be going on there.
Tactic designed to get you off of whatever the person has claimed onto the person.
Exactly.
And I don't personally play along with that. I hope that you don't, but I just want to say that out loud.
Oh yeah, you guys don't play along with it. Anybody that doesn't go along with your kooky conspiracies, you say $7,000. You say it's Fed slop working for the feds, $7,000 from Jews. Oh yeah, they never do that.
Begin. So here's the reason that I was so anxious to talk to you, because I think you've gotten a lot of reporting and insight facts into a phenomenon that all of us have noticed in the past several years, which is the proliferation of, I don't want to use the word bot, but paid influence operations online.
Oh, that's right. I got to pull it up. So I covered last stream, this account, small account that was really good, was always posting, exposing all of these people's Russia connections and their Russia propaganda. He just got his, Folk. He just got his account suspended. And I just learned right before the show, she had like shown that guy and told everybody he was like a CIA bot or something. I think her people mass flagged him. I'm going to pull that up right now.
On social media.
So he gets banned for telling the truth, and then they claim that we're the bots. He never had viral stuff. Also, if he's botted, why did he not have a huge following and have tens of thousands
against him? Someone else will stand up and say, wait a second, it looks like Russia could actually send a hypersonic missile into Poland. Maybe we should de-escalate. Wave of attack. Shut up, Russian agent.
They did just
What
bomb
is the
Poland,
source of all
they?
that?
All right, look, guys. Are we back? Refresh. I know, right as I say about everything, my internet cuts out for like the first time in so long since I've got the new router. That's weird. So James Folk, this guy that I followed, he followed me too. He had like, oh, is this one back or is this one active? He might have got it back. This one he hasn't posted on since May. Maybe he's locked out of it or something. But this isn't the one, his main one that I followed. That was this one. Just got banned. She was just attacking him. Roger Stone follows.
What they're doing is they are gathering all the dirt on American journalists. They are doing the research painstaking.
He's gathering dirt on anti-American propaganda that shills for Russia.
What they are doing is they are gathering all the dirt on American journalists. They are doing the research painstaking.
Yeah, American journalists like Alexander Dugin.
Research, by the way, that would take a normal person hours and hours of the day. No one is
nobody could see all the Russia shilling everywhere. Nobody could do that in their spare time, or some retired person.
A normal civilian would have devoted this time to any of this. But
no normal civilian would want to expose like internet ops.
They do, because they are paid for it. Their website is free, Substack is free, and even on X they have such low following and views that they can't rely on.
Yeah, so they're such low following and views that they're botted, and they get banned. He's exposing her subversion operations, and then he gets banned.
Income from X, right? So who's paying them? Who's paying them? Who's paying these Ukrainian-based accounts, huh? So what they do is they gather the dirt and they give people like Ryan Maura all this information so Ryan can disseminate the information against Tucker, against Candace, against Megyn Kelly. All this, like I said, it's an intelligence operation. The CIA has done this countless. What they are doing is...
See, so they have no problem just taking some anon online with a small following that points out all their Russia connections and then gets him banned. She exposes him. She gets their people to go mass flag him and get him banned. All right? This is so crazy. I can't believe this.
So what they do is they gather the dirt and they give people like Ryan Maura all this information so Ryan can disseminate the information against Tucker, against Candace, against Megyn Kelly.
Yeah, nobody would ever do anything unless they're being paid for it. So what are you doing then? You're spending all this time and going on Tucker and online and doing interviews all day. Who's paying you then?
All this, like I said, it's an intelligence operation.
And remember, she goes, this lady from Georgia that hates America and calls it the cancer of the world. Yeah, she's just exposing these CIA bots to help America, of course. Crazy. And then now she's on Tucker. Imagine that. You're some small account that just is like doing legit research and pointing out all of these Russian networks, and then you get banned, and then she gets on Tucker. Funny how I wonder what the op is. Tucker that just platforms every single Russian agent and goes over to Russia, and Candace who shills Russia and goes over to Russia. Jimmy Dore, who's got a Sputnik host filling in his show today. All right, what else are we going to see? The Russian agent lie. See that?
What was it? Do you have any idea what the calculation was there? Why were they opposed to Jeremy Corbyn?
So I don't know exactly why.
He was the head of the Labour Party in Britain.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I've noticed about these people is very simple. They oppose everyone that's not on their side. So it doesn't matter if you're a Nazi or a good guy or whatever.
Yo, like Zelensky, you're on thin ice, dude. If I see you saying anything, any more of this anti-Western Russia shilling bullshit, and you're out of here, dude. I don't like you. I don't want you here. You're unwanted. So STFU.
Like if you're not part of the crew, you don't get to do anything.
And the agenda is a globalist agenda.
100%. 100%. It's the same agenda why NATO was created. Their agenda is the same agenda as like George Soros, for example. George Soros is a huge part of the story.
Yes.
Huge part. So whatever George Soros's agenda always was is the same that these people share.
What does George Soros have to do with NATO? Tucker majored in Russian history, really?
Very, passionately. So Jeremy Corbyn was not.
I know he only shows up just to subvert. He's some weird subversive. So
only one. They had somebody called. I gotta look. Sorry, it's a lot of names. Pedro Bados or something like that. So anyway, a Spanish military guy. So this Pedro was considered for one of the highest positions in national security in Spain. I looked him up. He's a decent guy. Like he just has his own channel, like talks about politics.
Zelensky says he's donated $700. Really? Under what name? Where is that? And why? Why? If you think that I have everything wrong, why? That doesn't make any sense. If you're always in here counter signaling me, why would you want to be funding something that you counter signal? That doesn't check out.
Opposes globalism with everything he can. So they decided that Pedro Banos was going to be a Russian agent. Even though he had no connections to Russia whatsoever. So yeah, they started writing pieces that Pedro can never be part of national security in Spain because he's a Russian agent, he's a Putin puppet. So anyway, the same exact thing. The tactics never change. You're Russian agents, therefore you don't get to be in positions like of power, right? So they destroyed Pedro Banos's candidacy. He did not go and occupy the post that he was named for. So they completely destroyed him.
Ryan Morrow. This is some guy that's been exposing her. And I know the other guy that's debunking this gun guy that's debunking the Charlie Kirk stuff. He was doing threads about her being in her Russia connections, and she was seething, threatening to sue him and stuff. Okay, let's see what she says about Ryan. And then the main one I want to see, the anti-Christian bot army. That should be good.
Someone else showed up on the radar, which is also very important. His name is Ryan Mauro. I didn't see the connection. And you asked for what is this Ukrainian and Zionist connection, like the Israeli connection. Well, you know that Ryan is a raging Zionist. He was like super Israeli, pro-Israeli supporter. And he also was a very big supporter of Lindsey Graham. Ryan gets into my...
How could you support Israel when they're committing genocide? It's like being pro-Nazi. Like what? How could you have someone even say that out loud? And how could you be pro-Lindsey Graham? I mean... Maybe you like the guy. I always liked him.
I don't know if that's true or not. It may be. It doesn't really matter. Just because some Zionist notices like anti-American Russian propaganda, it's not only Zionists that can see all these people that are like connected to RT and are lying about things and always trying to undermine America and defend Russia. Like it doesn't take a Zionist agent to notice to know that Russia has like spy agencies and does propaganda. That doesn't make you a Zionist. This idea that if like you notice Russian subversion, you're a Zionist somehow. Talk about a false dichotomy. Clearly a bullshit false dichotomy.
As a person, he's a nice guy, funny guy, but
I
like
liked him.
Just as a, you know, he's like I had dinner with Lindsey Graham many times and always enjoyed myself, but like he was.
All right, Zelensky, if you want to stay, you can keep counter signaling. You got to send another 700. Okay. Otherwise my patience is gonna, the patience meter just went up a bit. If that's true that you donated, but with every counter signal reply, that meter's just shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. All right, dude.
A death worshiper. How could you be for that? I don't understand.
Exactly. Well, you know the ties that he had with Ukraine, right? Like Ukraine and, you know, Lindsey Graham was the biggest supporter for Ukraine.
How could you support a genocide? How do you guys support Putin invading Ukraine? How many Ukrainians and Russians have died because they invaded Ukraine? That's no problem. But God, only Gaza's bad when Israel invades Gaza, but it's not bad when Russia invades Ukraine. Okay.
Same time, he was a supporter of Israel. So something with this Ukraine and Israel is very connected. And again, they are under the same people. But Ryan Mauro is great.
Yeah. How about connections between Russia and Israel? Are you going to talk about those? We all know about all the Russians that live in Israel. We all know about that. There's a pretty good relationship between Netanyahu and Putin. We all know this. We all know about Chabad Lubavitch having big influence in Russia and in Israel and in New York.
Example for it, but here is how this is such a big web, Tucker. And
Layla, you're banned. She says this is a limited hangout channel. Yeah, go away. Go watch Candace. I'm not putting up with you idiots anymore.
Someone needs to untangle it, and I don't know why people are not trying. So Ryan Mauro gets into my personal messages.
And who is he? Can you just, for those who don't know who he is, Ryan Mauro.
Mauro, yeah.
I had never heard of him until I saw him exposing Russia stuff. Adam King had him on his show after, I think, to talk about exposing Russia stuff. And around that time, I noticed he followed me, and then he unfollowed me. So I unfollowed him.
He runs a think tank?
Well, he has a nonprofit that is tied to this bigger nonprofit. So it's like 8 million a year or something. And this is how they maneuver around. Like,
so what? None of that means that what he's saying is not true. She goes, oh, they call me a Russian agent because they can't address like my info. And then they turn around and do the exact same thing to the people exposing her. Is anybody else seeing that?
These operatives, right? So they are tied to Atlantic Council. They are tied to NATO. They have their own nonprofit, so they get paid through the nonprofits and donations that no one can track.
Hope NATO would be paying journalists to expose Russian subversion. I am glad if that is true. I am glad. I'm glad NATO is paying people to investigate Russian subversion. That's what NATO is supposed to do. So good. Perfect.
So Ryan Mauro is one of the operatives that has Mauro Institute that is tied to this bigger nonprofit. God knows how he gets paid, but
he named it after himself, the Mauro Institute?
Yeah, Mauro Institute.
That's hilarious.
So, but here's something that I want you to pay attention.
You named your show the Tucker Carlson Show? Hilarious.
So this is Ryan tagging a Georgian troll here, saying that he worked with this particular account,
tagging a Georgian troll
to dive into me and find out some information. Okay, so here's an interesting.
So he asked somebody in Georgia that you call a troll, so they apparently know stuff about you, and then he trying to get information. Oh wow, that sounds sinister to try to learn about her Georgian background.
Story that will tie everything in for you in a second.
Just asking questions.
Interesting.
So Ryan takes these accounts that he worked with these people. And I'm like, okay, great. Ryan is also the one protecting Green Beret Gary that is attacking Candace and me over Charlie Kirk.
No. That's the gun guy, Gary. Gary is debunking every stupid thing that they are saying. I've been showing Gary's tweets for months. I think he's a military gun guy that is calling out all the retardation.
But Ryan,
thanks, Big Swag Fella.
Big Swag Fella sent $10 on Rumble. Exclusive hangout only for non-resharded people. No DMs allowed.
Yeah. She was already almost got banned last time, so she's banned this time too. This is who she's talking about. Ryan Morrow. The Morrow Institute. Counter Extremism. Counter Offensive. 72,000 followers. Russia Christian Home. Look, let's see what he's said about her. New thread. Is Charlie Kirk conspiracy theory promoter and associate of Candace and Tucker linked to Russia? She said she fell in love with a Russian Spetsnaz officer when she was in Russia after dating several members of U.S. Special Forces. She scored big interviews with Tucker, Candace, Alex Jones, Senator Ron Paul, Jimmy Dore. She rejects the label of being Russia-linked. She was not willing to share additional information about her life and travels beyond what I found publicly. Here are the reasons I use that terminology, and you can decide for yourself if the term Russia-linked is appropriate. She denies being connected to Russia government in any way. So Tucker did her Zionism and occultism. I bet you that's so slop. We should go watch that. In studio with Alex Jones, this woman from nowhere that just pushes kooky conspiracies and, you know, she went on to talk about Candace and Charlie Kirk conspiracies on InfoWars.
there are forces, Alex, that want this. You know who's happy right now? The real killers of Charlie Kirk are very happy right now because Alex Jones and Candace Owens, two independent voices, both independent.
Well, this must have worked because Alex is now backing Candace and saying, well, we don't know exactly what happened, but we just know the government's lying to us. We just know that it's a bigger conspiracy and they're being lied to.
Are fighting, and they cannot be happier. You cannot.
Let me ask you this question, Elizabeth. When everybody said, look into the planes, and we went and looked at the data, and it was almost all completely not right, she said, well, I was a little wrong. I'll publish the proof.
But she did say that.
I know. And then I looked at this guy, and it was 10 times worse. Because I thought it might be true. I was like, oh, God, my goodness. Well, this is, wow, we have the big break. And then I looked at the evidence, and it didn't fit anything at any level. It didn't pass the smell test.
So she was.
So I'm asking, what was I supposed to do? Just shut up at that point?
No.
Because her listeners.
She's doing shows with Scott Horton, John Kirikou, who has a show on RT, Ian Carroll, who's getting boosted by Tucker and Candace and Alex Jones. Small Club, Jimmy Dore and Kurt Metzger, she's done shows with.
Have asked me, will you just shut up?
No, you don't shut up. First thing you do, actually call her privately, because this is what I would have done. I would have called her on the phone and say, hey, Candace.
Involved in plotting.
Don't you think? She said it from the get-go. Listen, I'm taking you on the ride here. You're coming with me. She gets a lead. She brings it on. She talks about it. Now, I've heard a couple of accusations against Candace that, well, she said Erica Kirk was part of this. Here's what she never said. She actually never accused Erica Kirk to be part of anything. She instigated. It might be the case. But guess what? I also don't exclude anything myself. Can you give your life that Erica Kirk is absolutely innocent here? No, because you don't know. Maybe 99% you can say, yeah, she's just a widow, and I don't think that we should be focusing on Erica Kirk.
But her talking point is she's the only one investigating it.
Okay, get the point. She's on InfoWars in studio. Okay, I forgot Ryan Morrow.
Like I said, I developed a relationship with the Russian Spetsnaz officer, and that opened my mind on many things. Like, for example,
oh, I would call that Russia linked.
like I said, I developed a relationship with the Russian Spetsnaz officer, and that opened my mind on many things. Like, for example, how screwed we are and how we shouldn't put these American Navy SEALs, and they're stupid books, by the way. I have not read one book that's good. I have to constantly.
This is the interview where she says America's the cancer of the world.
Try to do so special Americans. And I explained how my ex was a sociopath from the Navy SEALs, which
here on her Instagram post where she says she lived in Russia and Ukraine, writes Mother Russia calling and expresses how she misses being in Russia. Lane claims in one post on October 2023 that Russia always treated Ukraine with respect and continues to do so. She was like some type of model or stylist or something too. She posts on Insta, the real journalist. Russia always treated Ukraine with respect. Okay, yeah, totally not a Russian propagandist. Paid or not. She was on the pro-Russian ERI media in Georgia in 2024. She's done show with Buckley Carlson, so Tucker's brother, who called Owen Benjamin a genius.
I don't know what the solution is other than I'm going to try something with you. Tell me what you think, because most Americans, like we agreed, are castrated and they don't see how violence can be good, right? At all. I'm pro-violence, and I'll explain what that means before people freak out, okay? So when someone comes to your home and threatens your kids, you're not going to talk to that demon as a demon.
And isn't it funny now how JP Sears has jumped on the E-Crusader train and is working closely with Alex Jones and moved to Austin, is doing the Joel Webbin Christ is King conference. He's doing we've gone through his Israel videos, all of the kosher Christian controlled op talking points. Zionism's not Judaism. We got to just believe in Jesus is the answer.
People only understand the language they speak, okay? If they don't speak your language, they are not going to understand you. And when you're dealing with a psychopath, there's a certain language psychopaths can speak, and that's it. So if you try to be nice to that psychopath and you sit down on the couch and try to engage a conversation with a man that just invaded your home, you're going to die, and your kids are going to die.
Okay, this is a nothing burger. Who cares? She did a show with Danny Jones also, who is sus, to be honest. He's sus. At the very least, he's platforming a whole lot of this garbage kosher slop and Russia shills like Kirkow, who admitted he was a Russian agent on his show. Look,
why are you working with Russian state media?
Oh, because I've got 5 kids and nobody's beating a path to my door to give me work.
The Russian government funds a radio channel.
Yeah.
For which audience?
For the American audience.
For the American people.
Yeah.
Using the voice of a CIA officer.
Yes.
And you don't see a problem with that?
Absolutely none.
That is exactly the foundation for how Russian covert influence operations happen.
Aw, poor CIA.
We have to serve the American
See, this guy feels like he got screwed over by America, so he hates America. He's working for Russia to subvert and get vengeance on America.
We have to serve the American purpose.
Fuck the American government. What have they done for me? What have they done?
Who did he just have on? We were just showing clips of him the other day. It was Jackson Hinkle. Him and Jackson Hinkle were doing Charlie Kirk conspiracies.
done for my children. It was the
Nate Live says this guy needs to be put in Gitmo.
CIA that put me in prison. What in the world do I owe the CIA?
It was your decisions that put you in prison.
It was the CIA's law breaking. If you are a private citizen...
No, I'm pretty sure he like leaked stuff that had to do with the Iraq war. I'm sorry, but if you're in a military, do you think Putin is going to punish somebody in his military that leaks stuff? Of course. It'll probably be way worse than whatever they did to him.
Loyalty is to yourself.
See, loyalty is to himself, and he will be bought by Russia to talk shit about America. That's what this guy's up to. Oh yeah, he brought on Dan Bilzerian too, and this guy's in it. Like when I say like a guy that hosts a show on RT is a Russian agent, like they are. I'm right. Jay Dyer, right? Jay Dyer, Russian Orthodox Church too. He's in the mix of all of this for sure. And he had Elizabeth Lane on also as well.
Has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. Like Ryan is a separate actor against
Russia. He's a foreign policy guy. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, should be for foreign policy guy. So he's protecting Gary, telling me not to sue Gary. And he's like, Elizabeth, this is not going to end well for you. Like, we're not afraid of you. So after that.
Yeah, they pointed out her Russia connections. She threatened to sue, and they say, okay, you shouldn't sue. You shouldn't do that. That's not going to go well for you.
This was because I was going after their little propagandist Gary, right? Like I'm going after Gary and Jen, like the producer who mysteriously appeared with Gary.
Dude, Gary, as far as the Charlie Kirk case, Gary is telling the truth and she is a liar with Candace and Stu Peters. That's the reality. That's the truth. You're gonna take my word for it or this sus, girl from Georgia that lived in Russia. Yeah, this is Elizabeth Lane.
After Charlie died, by the way, this guy has a tiny YouTube channel that he's monetizing or whatever and has a producer, which is weird because all the other guys that got the same offer from Ukraine said, Elizabeth, we don't have producers and we're like 3 times bigger than Gary.
See, every person that criticizes her, she just says they're secretly funded. They're being paid to attack her. Every time. But if we say, oh, are you guys being paid by Russia to attack America? They go, oh, I'm going to sue you.
So how does this guy all of a sudden gets a producer after Charlie dies? He changes the narrative, gets paid by DOD. And it just, like, the proof lines up. Like, you just tell me what you need. I'll give you about this guy, right? Like, the money's there.
This is the guy she's talking about right now. Paramount Tactical. Gary Melton. 41,000 followers. So he's just exposing all these liars on the Charlie Kirk case. That's how I learned of him. I'm hearing people say, oh, it's impossible. He didn't take the shot. He wasn't close enough to the edge of the roof. Yeah, he was. They literally see the imprint of where he was laying in the rocks. And he was photographed here darn near it. The depth perception of the angle of the camera of the footage that we got makes things look a little different than what they actually are. The dude tried to stay back far enough that only the scope and the barrel would be seen by anybody in the crowd. One of the lies they're pushing. So this guy is on the Charlie Kirk stuff has been legit. I've been watching the whole thing. This guy's been legit. This red-bearded like Viking Chad has been legit. And this bitch is calling him some like subversive agent. No, you are the subversive one.
All of a sudden gets a weird producer. We look into this producer and her friends are hugging Syrskyi in Ukraine. Yes, it's all on her freaking LinkedIn. We didn't even need to dig hard. So he reshares family, Zelensky's family. She reshares Zelensky's family with hearts, loves, all of that. And her friend.
Okay, so what? I don't know if that's true, but again, so what? He's friends with somebody or works with somebody that is pro-Ukraine. So what? Does that mean that she's paid by Ukraine? Number one, big question. And number two, like, okay, so what? Some people, you're pro-Russia. Some people are pro-Ukraine. You're not addressing what they're saying. You're not addressing the fact that you guys are lying and pushing chaos and subversion and retardation to try to subvert America.
That are hugging Syrskyi in Ukraine, all of a sudden this woman ends up as a garage producer without producing experience, okay? Just ends up as a garage producer. Gary changes the story. All of a sudden, Tyler Robinson should be put on a death row because he killed Charlie.
All right, let's look at this, some of his work here. Elizabeth Lane exposed. Super Grok analysis of the likelihood. What does Grok say? Is a vocal critic of U.S. foreign policy, the West, NATO, and Western elites. She frequently praises Vladimir Putin as a strong, effective leader who stabilized Russia, compared him positively to figures like JFK, and pushes narratives that frame Russia as the victim of Western aggression. She has Georgian roots and has appeared on pro-Kremlin or pro-Georgian dream outlets where she echoed anti-Western talking points. Likelihood of being a Russian influencer operative. Counterpoints. Not a classic. Wow. Artificial boosting suspicions. Rapid visibility, engagement in niche circles, and mysterious pop-up in controversies fit patterns of coordinated amplification common in influence ops. Critics label her a propagandist. Oh, she denies being pro-Russia and criticizes Putin on specific points, not being aggressive enough against Ukraine and Zelensky. Her real name is Lizka Bendianishvili. Wow. That's a mouthful. Look, she says, Gary, you still crashing out? Grok analysis, LOL. All right.
Whatever. Goes after Candace, me, and everyone that ever challenged the narrative. These Green Berets reach out to me, tell me what's going on, right? This story that we just ended with. Then Ryan Mauro, out of nowhere, comes and starts to persuade me why I shouldn't sue Gary. And if I do, it will end bad for me. I'm gonna be the loser in that. And then I started diving into Ryan Mauro and what the connection is. He's such an idiot, Tucker, that he writes me that Gary shows personal messages to him. Again, please understand these people should not be related in any shape and form. Do you show your personal messages to random people?
Not one person ever.
Right.
Because they're personal.
Yeah. So I have this documented, him writing me that Gary...
Oh, nobody's ever shared a screenshot of a message from somebody before. Never. Never. Look at how much Candace is posting all of Charlie's dead messages. Yeah, why is Tucker hosting this slop? He's bringing her on, putting her on the big platform to smear all of her critics as agents.
Shows personal messages to Ryan Mauro. I'm like, okay, what the heck is going on here? So then I do this investigation and I put out some of it online and Ryan loses it. Like this investigation into Ukrainian trolls, NATO, all this. He just loses it.
This is one of the favorite things they love to say. They go, oh, all of Candace's haters are losing it. The Fed sloppers are so mad. They're crashing out. Like, they all lie and say stupid shit. We say that's dumb. We laugh at them. We say that they're liars. We suspect that this is bigger than some organic, kooky theory. And they go, oh, you're crashing out. Oh, they're crashing out now.
What's your beef with this? Right? So
what's our beef with anti-Western foreign subversion propaganda?
Then he starts, his trolls attack me, and these trolls that he tagged I go after them to figure out who they are, and I do. And I find one of them, a Georgian troll, this one.
Oh my God. Found one Georgian. Hey, Tucker, let me show you this troll. Could you imagine if I was on Tucker and I was like, look at this troll, Tucker. Look at this Christian troll. It's an Anon from India. Look at this. Okay, I can't do this. Let's see. The anti-Christian bot army. Are we there right now? No, that's in 5 minutes. We'll skip to that.
Morrow is part of this much larger network.
Yeah, he's a tiny piece, but yes.
He's a tiny piece. Yeah, I just happen to know who he is. But most people I've never heard of. And they hate JD Vance.
You think Tucker's going to give Morrow an opportunity to come and like respond to any of these accusations? Of course not. Of course not.
You said they're afraid of JD Vance, and you see that as a coordinated message across all these different networks.
Yes.
Afraid.
Any
of
idea
JD
why?
Vance?
Because he's not a globalist. That's why.
That's why. Yeah.
That is the thread. It's not about Israel.
So this is turning into a shill for JD Vance?
Or the Ukraine war, Charlie Kirk's murder individually. It's a whole worldview. And if you're against control of the world by oligarchs who hate Christianity, then you're not on the team and you must be destroyed.
Exactly.
What?
And they always, they have this
oligarchs who hate Christian. Dude, if there's oligarchs who hate Christianity, like throw me a bone, dude. Hey, oligarchs, if you're out there and you hate Christianity, like, let me tell you something. All right. Oligarchs could use a little help over here. Oligarchs.
Is that like fake Christians? They will always like come at you with, like they will come at you with Bible verses and stuff like that. And at this
fake Christians and their Bible verses.
Same time, they operate trolls that put up my fellow journalist's dead brother and said, your brother is in hell online. The same people who come at you.
What was it? Was he a Russian soldier, perhaps? Oh, a pro-Russia person never did anything nasty online. What is this crying about her little like Twitter beefs? Trolls on Twitter.
With Bible verses.
They celebrate Zelensky and Smotrich. I mean, Zelensky put priests and nuns in jail and raided churches and closed monasteries and banned the country's largest Christian denomination. It's a fact that just happened. I mean,
he was completely justified and right and would have been an idiot not to ban the Russian Orthodox Church in Ukraine. Russia invades and you're going to allow Russian loyalist outposts all throughout your country?
Happening now. How could Christians support that? How could Christians support the Israeli government, which is murdering Christians in Lebanon, the only Middle Eastern country with a Christian president? Like it's so not what I would have expected at all.
They also bombed.
I love how they're like, there's anti-Christian bots. No, there's not. The Christian stuff is boosted by the algorithms and all the big influencers and gets all the huge viral, huge engagement, not the anti-Christian stuff. They're acting like they're the poor victims of all of these oligarchs and anti-Christian bot farms, and there's nothing they fear more, and they're trying to destroy Christianity. But trad Russia and Putin are the true Christians, and they're gonna defeat the evil satanic synagogue of Satan West, Edom.
Jewish synagogue.
Right.
So, I mean, this is why I don't believe that they believe any of this. Like they are not religious in reality. They serve much darker forces, and they just want everyone that's a believer or believes in whatever God destroyed.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
And they clearly, just to zoom out for 1 second.
Oh, they just don't want us to worship Hashem. They just don't want us to be Noahides and worship the Jewish God. There we go. There it is.
I mean, clearly, if you connect all of this stuff, all the wars since 9/11, 9/11 itself, the thread that connects all of it is the destruction of the United States. It's obvious to me that the goal, you couldn't push the...
Yeah, and you're calling for the multipolar world and saying that America is ran by a cannibal, baby-eating, ball-worshipping Satanist.
President of the United States into a war that we cannot win, that best-case scenario eliminates dollar dominance globally and hikes energy prices to a point where people starve to death in Africa and go broke in the United States. Like, you couldn't do that if you were supporting the U.S. Like, this seems like an effort to wreck the United States. That's what it seems like to me.
100%. It's an effort to take United States out.
Dude, this woman, we just played the clip. She says America is the cancer of the world, and now they're pretending like, oh, they want to take America out. Like, that's what your sphere wants to do. That's what Tucker's buddy Dugan wants.
The United States, yes. Everything that I investigated suggests just that.
Tucker platforms this girl pops up out of nowhere to be the defender of America. Like, oh, thanks for bringing on this chick. When this girl's in charge of, talk about a fox guarding the hen house.
They want to take the United States out. It used to be a cash cow, and they know that the United States will no longer can sustain to be a cash cow. So they want it out of the game completely. That's exactly where we are.
I wouldn't have believed that 5 years ago, but it's so obvious if you ignore what they say and watch what they do, which is the only way to understand anything. I think you're right. They understood the United States has reached the end of its useful life as a host.
Couldn't agree more. And that's very dangerous for people like us who live here.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
You'll go back to Russia or go to Georgia. What do you mean? People like us, us real Americans, like girl that's not born here and has an accent.
Yeah. Amazing. Okay. Sorry. I just, you've thought of this.
That's what I've been doing for the last 2 months. Like, all I do is I believe this network is extremely important. I know people think it's hard to track them down. And I know that people have this idea. I told you, like, people have this idea that they won. They've infiltrated the United States. They have people in the highest positions. Obviously, when Ukraine says to our military,
Elon said it's going to happen.
We'll pay you, and above that you can get rides and flights with the Secretary of State. Yeah, they do have people in the highest positions. Otherwise, they cannot state things like that.
Right. So the previous administration opens the borders to the world.
Yes.
Keeps the welfare state in place, completely bankrupts the country. Oh, it's not bankrupt enough. How about another war for Israel that you literally cannot win, that just disarms you? We can't continue the Iran war because we have no more defensive. Our stock of defensive missiles is so low.
Exactly.
So what are you watching here? You're watching a country being bankrupted, destroyed, totally chaotic domestically because of mass migration. I don't see that any of that could be an accident. These are not dumb people. Like, they know what they're doing, right?
They keep saying they, people. Like, why are they being so vague about this? This is kind of bothering me. Like, oh, you got such strong views. Well, then say it. Who are these people?
They know exactly what they're doing. And that's why most operatives that I just...
And also the whole theme is like, oh, the end of the American empire. That's the overarching narrative. The evil, satanic, globo homo, ball, Epstein empire. It's over. The Roman Empire is over. That they're sitting here acting like they're like worried about it or concerned, but I'm getting the vibe that it's just like they're getting people accustomed to it.
It's named to you that are doing this. And again, you looked at it, you read it yourself. You don't know. That's the crazy part. Most people that are working on these levels, you have no idea who they are. And that is the key. But I said this before, if you want to get to the king, start with a drug dealer in the streets and he will lead you to the mafia boss. And that's what I did here. I was like, okay, why is this person attacking like Tucker, Candice, me? What's going on here? Then he led me to another one, then another one. Then all of a sudden, he led me to
See, anybody exposing Tucker or Candice, it must be some Ukrainian NATO Illuminati, blah, blah, blah. That's her whole defense of everything. Every time.
You'll face a propagandist that's attacking me. His friends are calling me, well, we know what the deal with this guy is. Let us educate you. And all these like layers just all of a sudden got uncovered. Talk. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Follow these pieces and they...
Okay, well, she's a little easy on the eyes and no demon talk.
Will lead you to this answer. Yeah.
It's horrifying.
Okay.
It's horrifying.
I'm hoping there was going to be something good. The anti-Christian bot army. Did we get any info about an anti-Christian bot army here?
And it also means, I should say, because I care, it means the destruction of Europe.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, like Europe with Russia is a threat to these people.
Yeah.
Because if Europe is thriving.
Oh, your little Eurasianism for you? Oh, Germany should abandon the West and NATO and team up with Russia. There we go. Did you hear that? Oh, Europe should team up with Russia, and these people won't like that. You mean America?
With Russian cheap energy, then they don't have the control. You can't control people who have nothing, who have nothing to be afraid of. Right? Like you can't control people who are well off. They are not afraid to lose their jobs. They are not afraid for like any threats. You can't control them. The only way you can control them is to put them in the state of Ukraine. Like Ukraine is today.
What?
It's a country without rules, they are operating these trolls and
Ukraine, no rules, no laws, trolls. As if there's not Russian bots, too. This is the stupidest thing.
Domestically, people who are allowing it are not afraid. They laugh at the FBI. What, you're going to arrest some Ukrainian troll? Good luck with that.
I love the word Ukrainian, though. I mean, it makes it...
I love how the guy that she called a Ukrainian troll, Folk, he got banned. She doesn't get banned. She gets on Tucker. Another sus goes to Russia to shill how great they are in their supermarkets.
Sound like your average Ukrainian, like the Ukrainian people are for. It's like the Russian Revolution. We were taught the Russians, overthrew the Tsar, destroyed the monarchy. Like no Russians involved. And it doesn't seem like there are any Ukrainians involved in this. It seems like outsiders, people who are not in any meaningful way Ukrainian.
Not at all. And
Ukraine itself is being totally destroyed.
Yes. They are dragging people off the streets and putting in.
They're complaining about Ukraine being destroyed. Well, do you think Putin invading has anything to do with that? Give me a break.
In the vans to send them off to the front lines. So usually Ukrainians must die so that globalists can get their states. That's what's going on. That's what's going on.
So Putin invaded so Ukrainians can die and the globalists can get their... This is so stupid. I love how Putin invades, Putin's weapons kill Ukrainians, and she blames, like, the West somehow.
Not.
How obvious is that to the rest of the world, do you think?
Not obvious, obviously, not enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted your
No. It's
your explanation.
Right,
I just was keep thinking.
Isn't that insane, Nate Live?
Thinking like, what's the point of what could possibly be the point of destroying global energy supplies? What are you doing?
Yeah,
they're clearly doing something, and it's not about the Iranian.
I don't know. Maybe Putin wants his Russian oil to be worth more money, possibly. I don't know exactly what he's referring to there, but that could be a reason that comes to mind.
Nuclear program, and it's not about, the oblasts in eastern Ukraine. It's definitely not about that.
Well, you remember what the globalist agenda, how well do you know these globalists? Do you know them? Do you know what their
agenda? I spent my life around these people, but I never took seriously enough, like the, when you would see these reports from the WEF conference and you'd be like, this sounds a little nutty. Really? Like Klaus Schwab. Have you ever met Klaus Schwab? He's like this elderly kind of semi-senior. He's just a sad person. He's not running anything. And I just thought, oh, it's overstated. People are being paranoid. And now I guess I don't feel that way. It's all becoming real.
It is all becoming real. And I think they took that.
Yeah, globalist is a Russian coded word. Alex Jones really popularized it, and Dugan uses it. The globalist, Bilderberg, the royals, the Atlanticists, that's why they're always doing, they're all about always vilifying Britain also. Great Britain, our homeland.
Because we started ignoring this and look at Klaus Schwab, what an old, irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that ignorance of ours, mine too, got us here where they are actually controlling NATO today and are doing this kind of stuff that we've never heard of.
And that American tax dollars are going to...
Yeah, by globalist, they mean any Western country. Pretty much.
Foreign propaganda in my country.
Yes.
And the First Amendment is basically gone in real life. You don't have freedom of speech, obviously, in this country. And the Second Amendment, can you really defend yourself? Not that I can tell.
No. And
so our core freedoms are
gone.
Yeah.
Gone. So like I said, I believe that, we are right now wrestling with these people at the edge of the cliff.
Hey,
and it's not that they are ahead of us or...
$5 on Rumble. Here's 5 shekels for the only streamer I like watching.
Thank you, Real Max. There's not a lot of streamers I like watching, to be honest. It's sad. I'll be bored and want to turn on a live stream, and there's hardly ever anything worth watching. That's always sad.
Or, we are ahead of them. No, we are wrestling at the edge of...
That's why I have to do my own show, watch my own
cliff.
Shit.
And one of us will go over. And what decides that is how fast we wake up to things like this. So what started as a completely innocent, whatever trolls, completely innocent troll doesn't exist, but whatever, targeted harassment online turned out to be a whole full-blown operation a few years ago, many of them, Integrity Initiative, NATO's 2019 deal, and all of a sudden we have Ukrainian company reaching out to our former special forces saying, you have to spread propaganda for us. And his friend does. You know who his friend is?
Who?
Peter Pormer.
Strange lies at the Tyler Robinson here. Let's hear them.
Charlie Kirk's case was going on, the hearing and stuff.
She was there.
And this is more how the connection is so clear with this particular story between the Ukrainian trolls and the Israeli propagandists that a friend of yours was here talking about with, Brucewick, what's his last name?
Alex Brucewick.
Yeah, Alex. So Alex was talking about, and he said something, recently he said, I'm not worried about Lara Loomer being one of them, and he should be. And I'll explain why. So I attend Charlie Kirk's court cases. Everyone knows this. Everyone knows that Elizabeth Lane has been there from day one, even when Charlie's parents were not there and, or wife or anybody. I was there from day one. This is before Tyler even got his defense. So I'm
pretty sure Erica was there every day of the preliminary hearing.
Alba_gu_brath_ya_we_base sent $10.
Yeah, he's a proud communist.
George Galloway is known as traitor in Scotland. He's more loyal to a union and Russia than the nation of Scotland. Love when you rip him.
Yeah, dude, he's like an RT Sputnik host, a total anti-Western Russia shill. Makes no bones about it. It's no secret. It's not like me accusing him of this. It's just a known thing. He's proud of it. He's promoting the Charlie Kirk stuff too. Dude, the Russian influence is so relevant. In fact, all of the Russiagate, that was all of these Russian networks trying to cover up for what they were doing. That's literally what it was.
Typically attend it. But these last few hearings, I was there, but last 2 I had to miss due to my business meetings with a friend. So usually I go with girls, 4 other girls. We are all together and we sit through the hearing to document everything so we don't miss anything, okay? I texted girls. They knew I had a business meeting. I said, guys, you're on your own. tomorrow and day after. So please document everything. If something happens, like, so we know. And I constantly check with them, like, how are you guys? Did you get in? Did you get your wristband? Whatever. Next day I wake up, Tucker, and the internet is going crazy with my name on it. I'm like, what's going on? And all of a sudden I see Lara Loomer resharing stuff, like these big names, resharing stuff. And they say Elizabeth Lane was at the courtroom and got kicked out. I'm literally sitting at home, waking up, and I'm like, what the heck is happening? So everyone...
No, they talked about not letting her in. They were trying to say
me there. They don't Loomer.
Let her in. All right, I can't hear anymore. I'm tired of her. This is probably the story she was telling right here. Listen to what this guy says about the clear footage.
You can see clearly Tyler Robinson's face. You can see crystal clear. Emotional day. The judge played all 20 minutes of the high definition security footage, and the whole courthouse gasped when it was over.
The most damning evidence against Tyler Robinson.
If you are smart and you're not a hater and a stew head, you can see that what they're saying is very consistent. And the people who are evil and devils, and all of y'all gonna end up going to hell for lying as much as y'all lying.
So true.
That's trying to frame it as this is the only part of the video that's shown in court. You're lying. When Benny Johnson said you could see his face, he's not talking about you can see his face on this.
Sent $100. Do you subscribe / lend credence to the claims of KGB defectors Anatoly Igolitsyn or Yuri Bezmenov? Would explain a lot of their propaganda angles and alliances. The Third World.
Yeah, they both turned out pretty vindicated. There's no denying that. Like, I don't know for 100% fact that they got everything right, but definitely there's some truth in those. I read Anatoly Golitsyn's book, New Lies for Old. He's the one that did Perestroika Deception too, I believe, about the fake fall of the Soviet, or the controlled fall, and try to like get on the good graces of the West to infiltrate, pretty much. Yes, I do.
This thing, he's talking about when he's walking up the staircase and the whole audience in the courtroom can see his face with the sunglasses like this, and we looking at him right here. And when it said overwhelming evidence, bruh, there's so much evidence that Tyler Robinson didn't even testify on his own behalf. There's so much evidence that the defense didn't even challenge the evidence. They only challenged the DNA and tried to cause doubt in the DNA process. But they didn't challenge that it was real. They didn't challenge that the gun DNA was real. They didn't challenge none of that. They did not make a inference that he wasn't on campus or none of that.
So they're like, you're lying. They didn't lie. And also they're like, oh, what we saw, what Candace has is so blurry. Like, that is a recording of a screen from across the room. The original zoomed in is going to be much higher quality. When he's really far away, it's going to be a little grainy because it's zoomed in from real far. But you can still see him with the car going up the stairs. You can see his face. You can see the limp. You can see him run across the thing. You can see him lay down and take the shot. You can see him jump off. These people acting like the whole case is falling apart are just like complete gaslighting liars. She calls America the cancer of the world, and Tucker brings her on as if she's going to help. She's going to tell the truth about propaganda networks. They are the Russia propaganda network. Owen Schroyer, let's hear his take on the Charlie Kirk case.
I'm sorry, I don't trust this Twiggs character. And I find it incredibly suspicious that the investigators here trust this character. And I find it even more suspicious that they apparently were willing to cut a deal with this character for immunity. I don't like that at all.
It was limited immunity, like based on the text messages he gave him or something like that. Doesn't mean that if something comes up, he won't ever be charged no matter what. Yeah, suspicious. I'm suspicious of you, Owen. I'm suspicious of your suspicion over Lance Twiggs. I'm suspicious Lance Twiggs might have known more or played a bigger role. Maybe that's what he's talking about. But I'm not suspicious that he's like involved in framing or, you know, covering up the road mics or something crazy. Is that Buffalo Bill? I don't know. What is Buffalo Bill?
I don't trust this person. And I'm going to tell you this, as I said it before. If they convince me, if they can convince me it was Tyler Robinson, you're not going to be able to convince me he acted alone. I do not believe, if you can convince me it was Tyler, I'd love to see you try to convince me he acted alone. I don't believe it. I do not believe Tyler acted alone. And there is way too much evidence at the scene of the crime that he did not act alone. Way too much evidence.
What is that?
Way too much.
The people seeing a bald guy in the car? Is that what he's going to say?
And now we're going to rely on the transgender boyfriend, girlfriend with new confession letters magically popping up. You know, the first one they burned and then they scanned it and they were able to put together what it said. Like, it's all nonsensical. It's all very weird. And I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
Okay, it doesn't sound like he's saying he doesn't think Tyler Robinson did it, though. All right. I said there's no reasonable doubt it was Tyler. Okay, so look, Harrison Smith, again, he goes, I've never laughed so much during an interview. There's literally nothing funny in this interview at all. There's this idiot Lionel making dumb faces and bad points. And again, bringing on a Russian agent to promote Charlie Kirk conspiracies. Lionel, Russia Today. Emmy, he has a whole page on RT. Russia state-funded network, RT, regular on Russia-funded network. Appeared on the Russia TV network as a legal and political analyst. I mean, can it get any more obvious? How many RT-connected Russia shill people are going to be promoting this kooky disinfo theory?
There he is. Clear cut. If that, look at it, a dead ringer.
By the way, too.
Now.
This is a bad recording at an angle across the room with somebody's cell phone zoomed in on a TV monitor. That's what this recording is. They have the original 4K footage zoomed in with the 4K file where you keep a lot of the resolution, and that's what they showed in the court. And also, you don't have to you can't be like, oh, that's a blurry person, so we don't know it's Tyler Robinson. You see him closer up when he first gets on the roof. You can see him a lot closer, and then wait till we get it in the 4K footage. And right before, they can see him with the better quality camera closer, walking up the stairwell with the limp because he's got the barrel in his pants. That's how we know this is Tyler Robinson, because his car was there at the time, because he's walking up the stairs in that area, and because they found his DNA on the gun that he stashed when he jumped off. So to sit here and go, oh, it's a dead ringer, and they're like, oh, it's so blurry, we can't tell who it is. Could be a Mossad decoy. Could be Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster. Zainal, this guy for years and years never said a word about Jews or Israel or Zionist power. Frequent RT guest.
Watch this. Look at your watch. Ready, go. Loch Ness Monster. Okay, watch it. Let's see how fast it takes him to get.
Why does Harrison say he's never laughed so much during an interview when he doesn't laugh at it? Maybe it's just this clip he doesn't laugh. There's something else.
The Loch Ness Monster. This is
criticizing blurry footage when this is not the original file. It's a recording of a screen, and they all pretend like this is some gotcha. They all ignore that he's also on footage right before walking up to the roof. How lazy and stupid could this be?
The most. What is this?
It's crazy.
Where is this? What is he doing? Why is he doing? Guess what? He's doing this lateral. Candace, someone's called about. She's great, by the way. She's this lateral.
So great. Isn't she so great? She just knows so many big words and just has all the receipts. Isn't she so great? She's so great how she goes over to Russia for the propaganda conference.
Movement, and then when he gets up, he hauls ass back. He runs back. Forget the lateral movement. He runs back. And who knows? What is this?
What is it? I don't understand.
You know, it's like, you know, it's crazy.
Where is this? What is he doing? Why is he doing? Guess what?
He's crawling so that nobody sees him. What do you mean, what he's doing?
He's doing this lateral. Candace, someone's called about. She's great, by the way. She does
called
this lateral
it a special ops Spider-Man move. So great.
Movement, and then when he gets up, he hauls ass back. He runs back.
10,000
Forget
hours
the
of
lateral
tactical
movement.
training
He runs
required.
back. And who knows? What is this? What is this?
It's locked as Bigfoot. That's Bigfoot right there.
Exactly.
I know him.
Where's your team? A little slow on the update there, boys. I thought for sure you'd have Loch Ness, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Yeti. Huh?
Go in the cryptology
Now
folder.
that Alex is away, they're getting loaded. But
That's right.
but aside from that, but aside from that, it's ridiculous. And who is this guy? Proboscis, probiotic, Pasobiec. Have you ever seen this guy? He looks like his goldfish died.
I like
He looks like
Jack.
he looks like he's passing a hockey.
Have you ever seen this guy? Yeah, he was good friends with Charlie and used to go on Alex Jones' show all the time and brought Alex to TPUSA, actually, that Pasobic.
He looks like his last friend died. He's like,
he looks, because his friend did die. That's why he looks like that. I can't handle any more of this Russian agent, Lionel. Look at this. Tyler Robinson's attorney pointed to the media's outlandish conspiracy theories about the case to support their argument that news cameras should be excluded from the courtroom proceedings. Every single one of Candace Owens' conspiracies is listed. That's what Tyler Robinson says. Enough of these outlandish conspiracies. They even say other state actors, China, Russia, and Iran, are helping to boost these conspiracies. The defense. From the outset of this tragic case and continuing up to the present, many electronic media outlets, politicians, and others have used the case to advance outlandish conspiracy theories and political agendas. A small sampling of the publicity from this case demonstrated that 100% of the posts were based on conspiracy political theories, including other state actors, China, Russia, and Iran. Divine plan, God, prophecy, Republican setup, fabricated, misinformed, paranormal, metaphysical, occult, demonic, satanic influence, extraterrestrial involvement, time travelers. This is what they think. Yeah, I'll ban this idiot, whoever Shlomo is. If Amalek mentions he should be banned, you're banned forever. They've said something like this before, too. They're like, no, we're not interested in anything Candace has to say. So Sam Tripoli is talking trash, won't debate me on the trash that he's talking. He's promoting every kooky conspiracy, fallen angels, Jews or scapegoats thing under the sun. He promoted the David Goldberg hoax bullshit. He works at Word World Debates with Ben Swan, who had a show on RT. Now he's platforming Sean Stone to talk about total kooky UFO demon bullshit and promote Jesus, who also had a show on RT, and his dad had a show on RT and made pro-Putin documentaries. Owen Benjamin says TPUSA guy, who was just on Tucker, TPUSA guys are legit probably going to jail as soon as the administration switches.
John Wright
Thank you,
has
John.
sent $20 get Scribina back on the show. We need to force him to make a Twitter account. he immediately would get at least 20,000 followers.
I have.
We need him to platform on social media. It would make a huge difference. Also, get Henrik back on the show.
I'll ask him today just for you, John. Been thinking about having asking Henrik to come back on. I do not think that Skrbina, his whole thing is anti-technology, so I don't think he's going to try to get into Twitter. He should. He definitely should, but I don't think he will. I've tried. Every time I talk to him, that's what I say. Owen Benjamin thinks the TPUSA are going to go to jail. I saw Baron Coleman say something like, oh, which one of the TPUSA guys is going to flip first? You better lawyer up, TPUSA. Candace is going to get you. This is the kookiest, craziest thing imaginable. Insane. I wonder if the influencers can be charged for conspiracy. Oh, and I will bet you, if I had $100 million, I would bet you every single shekel that none of the people from TPUSA are going to ever be in any trouble at all whatsoever for Charlie Kirk's murder. That's how sure I am that is never going to happen. But then again, the guy believes the earth is flat, so who gives a shit what this idiot has to say? But somehow, Tucker's brother and Tucker brought him on and called him a genius. I'm just going to skip this Khazar stuff for now. The latest conspiracy of the day from Candace is the wife of the medical examiner. There's a photo of her dressed up in an animal costume. Maybe it's furry. I don't know. It looks like it could be a sports mascot even. And that she follows the Satanic Temple on Instagram. So apparently the new theory is the medical examiner is lying and covering up the road mic and saying that it was a bullet to try to get Tyler Robinson and his furry friend off the hook. Like, it doesn't even make sense. They just go searching and digging into everybody and remotely connected to the case. And if they can find anything that they can squint and say, oh, that means something, they throw it out there and act like they've discovered some huge thing. Let's hear.
At least, the very least we can assert is that he's.
And I'm already going to tell you that notice her faces. Her expressions in her faces. She can say,
so
totally,
who is this
like,
doctor?
Normal thing, like, oh, who is this? She thinks she's like some like lawyer on the stand, dropping the best case in history on the jury.
Andrew Guajardo, right? Anything that might be of interest in his background. That was kind of how Ashley began. She was like, oh, I'm wondering about the medical examiner. I wonder who he is. I said, yeah, we should get to that. And it turns out there's something very interesting to know about him.
Very interesting. Something very interesting. What does this have to do with it being a conspiracy? Okay. Oh, the Satanic Temple like aren't even, they're atheists. It's like an atheist secular group. Her face makes it believable. The faces is what I've noticed. She does a lot of expressions like this. Ian Carroll does, and Baron Coleman. They're all like mimicking her neurolinguistic programming, body language, propaganda techniques. Maybe it'll be different if we watch it on silent. Watch. Like, it's always trying to explain it in like the most like interesting and like suspicious tone. See the faces? So she's not smart. She's good at this. She's good at gossipy manipulation, smug maxing. All right. Let's hear it now.
We began. She was like, oh, I'm wondering about the medical examiner. I wonder who he is. I said, yeah, we should get to that. And it turns out there's something very interesting to know about him. And it's who he's married to. His wife is someone who might be of interest, who might be an expert in this category. Honestly, they might bring her in as an expert because Dr. Andrew Guajardo is married to a furry. I kid you not. Or at least the very least we can assert is that he's married to someone who encourages, supports, works with, and...
So he's trying to put the furry's boyfriend in jail by saying that he did it? How is this relevant to their conspiracy? It doesn't make any sense. Muted Candace is a nice change. Yeah. And also, is she actually a furry, or did you just find like one photo of her like in a costume?
Propagates the culture of furries and occasionally dresses up as one herself. He's married to a woman named Dr. Ashley Brown Guajardo. And here she is. Meet Ashley.
Noticing the crowd watching, like she's a mascot. Like there's a crowd at a sporting event and she's a mascot. I don't know. I'm just curious because I know that they would lie about something like this and take it out of context. Maybe she is a full-on furry. I guess being furryism is like a new popular thing apparently. How is that relevant to your conspiracy? That's what I want to know. That's the actual question. They always find these things and go, "Oh, look at that. What does that mean?" I don't know. You tell me.
Now we obviously turned the sound off because there was music as she was dancing as a furry, and she was promoting her book, and she used the hashtag, furry. We're going to read what this book's about before I tell you more about her.
Yeah, I think that is spot on. These influencers are about the same intelligence level as their own audience. The difference being they are good at conveying information and networking.
This is just so incredible. Let's pull this Penguin Random House book
So
that she was
incredible.
promoting. She published this book, Play Like a Fangirl.
So what? So his wife's a furry and she wrote a book. Some girl book. Play like a fangirl. Like, what does this have to do with the medical examiner pulling the bullets out of Charlie? If she's a furry Satanist, then why is she trying to blame the furry Satanists that hated Charlie? Furry occupied government.
Girl, okay.
Amazing. This is what they're resorting to now. This is the evidence. Oh, they're saying it might not even be his wife too. She might have somebody else and got the wife wrong. That would be funny. All right. Look, nothing to see. The medical examiner's wife follows the local satanic temple. Nothing to see here. So does she think that now the satanic temple is involved, guys? Add that to the list of perpetrators. The satanic temple wanted to frame the furry. The satanic temple wanted to frame the furry that took out Charlie Kirk. If anything, the satanic temple probably hates Charlie Kirk. So how does it make sense that they're going to be involved in a cover-up for him? To be fair, this is one of the least insane connections they've made. At least there's a logical conclusion. I don't get the logical conclusion. Satanic temple are weird atheists. Yeah, I know. They just like LARP as Satanists to like trigger Christians, and then Christians fall for it every single time. Look, this has 6,000 likes almost.
It is going to cost.
Her husband is a lord with a huge trust fund and inheriting lots of wealth. She's been getting paid by big Jewish media organizations for years. She's probably making that like $10 million a year off YouTube and all of the ad reads she does. She's wearing $1,000 blouses and $2,000 outfits for every new stream she does. But now she's begging for donations because she's being sued for lying about Macron's wife. And she's gonna grift it hard.
It is gonna cost us millions.
I
don't have that money. I really don't. I gotta tell you, like the estimate that we got, and I want to be clear, this is if it goes all the way through. So they said like from start to finish, if they don't drop this at some point, blah, 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 here's how much it's going to cost you just to get through the deposition phase. How much it's going to cost you to go all the way through. And they are estimating $5 million. It's like a lot of money. And we do not have that money just laying around. So I thought we could actually sell some t-shirts. I just picture people wearing this like at the grocery store, like walking by each other, and like we know what it means.
Dude,
like
she's never been demonetized anywhere, dude. She's making so much through all of them, through YouTube, through sponsors, through Facebook, through Twitter, through Instagram, through TikTok. So much money. And then she's going to sit here and beg because she got sued for even more money for lying. You're going to fund her losing defamation lawsuit.
Hypocrite. And this lady makes hundreds of thousands of dollars per episode, by the way, and wants you to help her with the defamation she did. She cannot take responsibility for her own actions, so she's having her audience do it instead.
It is going to cost us millions.
Crazy. Yeah. This is the future, I hope, for Candace. We can't let her go on and do this forever. She's never going to be able to admit when they convict him and he's in prison. She's going to say, "Oh, he's not really in prison. He's an actor. He's MK Ultra. Oh, it was a show trial and he never existed. He was AI." Like they're going to have to they're going to have to keep digging and just go kookier and kookier. She's never going to bite the bullet and eat crow and say she was wrong. She'll never apologize to Erica and say she was wrong. She'll never do it because she's evil. She is an evil, psychotic, total psychopath. And anybody enabling her and glazing her and helping promote her, I wish the absolute worst for every one of you.
Thank you back to you guys as well, because I wasn't in a good place last year. I wasn't in a good place in Q1 of this year. I'm now in a good place. And I also just feel, if we're allowed to feel, I just feel Charlie's presence now. Like it's like we're on one more tour, like one more fight. Like we're just hitting the ground again right now. I know he's on our side, I guess is what I'm saying.
Charlie's on our side, guys. Dude, if Charlie was in heaven, he would be haunting her every day. If heaven was real, if ghosts were real and the afterlife was real and people got haunted and attacked by demons, she would be getting, if any was that was real, she would be patient 0 for being haunted and attacked by Charlie's demon. Charlie's angels would be sent right to her to terrify her. She's like, Charlie's on our side, guys, not his wife and all his actual close friends and co-workers. No, he's on our side, guys. We're on the side of God with Charlie. We're the good ones. They're so evil.
And that energy of Charlie was just so big and so bright.
It's a God thing. She goes, it's just a God thing. The whole case is going to be broke open because of the Egyptian planes. It's just, she just knows because it's like a God thing. She knows because she knows. She doesn't know, but she knows. You know what I mean? No, I'm pretty sure Charlie would be absolutely enraged at what you and everybody and Tucker and everybody else has been doing to his wife.
Just hitting the ground again right now. I know he's on our side, I guess is what I'm saying. And that energy of Charlie was just so big and so bright that we're very lucky that we have him on our side. We wouldn't want to be up against him, that's for sure. So, yeah, they couldn't cage him. his,
you totally.
I wake up and
Charlie's ghost. Charlie may have chose Erica in the real world in reality, but he's choosing you in the afterlife. Totally, Candace. Totally not a crazy thing to say.
Every trend dedicated to Charlie in the news and people discussing it. And I just laugh at the idiot fools who thought they were just going to end the Charlie Kirk story at a memorial convention, which was effectively thrown like it was a con.
Nobody's ending the story. Like, everybody's interested in seeing this guy go down for what he did.
And
She's
now
such
those
a
people who were
nasty
so
line grifter.
happy at the memorial event, clinking glasses thereafter, are very bitter and very angry, and somehow not
She
immediate
loves
aftermath.
all
They
of
weren't
this too. Somehow.
angry. Now they're very angry. I wonder why that is.
Why is everybody angry? I don't know, Candace, because you're accusing everybody of murder and like trying to get the actual murder off the hook. Maybe that's why. People get mad at you when you lie, make up terrible lies about them, Erica, and grift millions of dollars and whip up a whole frenzy of deranged lunatics to attack people. This argument that they do that, they're so mad.
9 Macrometer sent $50. Charlie married a white woman. See it more, Candace.
Yeah, that she's not happy about that. She told a story about how she used to like to steal the boyfriends from white girls in the town she grew up in. And remember, she was on the Daily Wire panel, and she's like, the football player and the singer, Oliver. What is the singer's name? I should have ate breakfast this morning. My brain's not working. Taylor Swift. She's like, that football player likes black girls. He's never going to marry Taylor Swift. He'll never go from a black girl to marrying a white girl. That's what Charlie did. In her mind, Charlie left her for Erica. And that's part of what all of this is about at the core. She's sick. She takes such pleasure. She's like sadomasochistic, evil. She takes pleasure in all of this.
Gorillion sent $10 on Rumble. This shiboon is exhausting.
I know. I hate to do it to you guys.
And now those people who were so happy at the memorial event, clinking glasses thereafter, are very bitter and very angry. And somehow, not in the immediate aftermath, they weren't angry. Now they're very angry. I wonder why that is.
New Iran Lego drops. Okay, so remember they did the Lego video where they promoted, I think this is Russian propaganda too. Some guys with accents, Iran, maybe they're just regular Iranians, but this is the one they did the other day. They have a new one about Candace apparently. I guess. I'm not positive the same people made them, but we'll see the Candace one in a second. This is the one from the other day about Charlie.
Check, mic check. He said no war, now read the rest. Before the balls, before the flex. Who needed Charlie off the set? Mic check, hot mic, black shards, white text. Rifle
Black
story,
shards.
bullet test. Too many questions left unchecked.
See, this is the dumbest shit ever. They think that some shards of glass in a pile in the van is the road mic that blew up. The thing's gonna blow up into shards. It's going to blow. First of all, we would have seen it blow on his shirt. It might have blown through his shirt like the pagers did. You see an explosion there. There's no explosion there. The hole was here, pushed out the back. The idea that the mic would blow up into shards, but then they would all stay in his shirt and then be in a pile in the van is just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I can't believe anybody is trying to run with this exploding microphone theory.
Don't take that ride, I ran an outright, don't sell that lie. Regime change, turns fire to flood, 90 million lives, mountains blood. MAGA heard them numbers don't lie, almost 90 said no when the poll went high. No war with Iran, that message spread, then the war drums came when the voice went dead. SUV floor, pieces on black, roll white marks, now run that back. They said one shot, one rooftop frame, but the mic got louder than the official claim. Mic check.
No, the road mic is not more than the official claim. No way. You're living in La La Land. It's popular online in your echo chamber.
I'll run that back. They said one shot, one rooftop frame, but the mic got louder than the official claim.
The mic got louder than the official claim. No, it didn't. Sorry. Rap fatigue is peaking.
Mic check. He said no one, now read the rest. Before the bombs, before the flex, who needed Charlie off the set? Mic check. Hot mic, black shards, white text. Rifle story, bullet test. Too many questions left unchecked. Candace pulled threads, they called it noise, but questions don't die when they fear that voice. Who clipped the mic? Who cleaned the scene? Who moved too fast behind the screen? Bullet fragment came back then, not cleared, not closed. Still questions within. Prosecutor talk, judge struck back. Now the courtroom pressure got cracks in the track. DB wanted 5. Charlie said, wait, don't hand America
I love how they'll say the bullet didn't match, but it's still a bullet. It's not a microphone blown up. Can't have both. If you're saying it's a microphone, you can't say the bullet didn't match. You're granting that he was shot if you're granting that there's a bullet in there and it didn't match. Every one of these Lego videos has been kosher propaganda from this sphere. It's Epstein Empire.
State. He wasn't Iran, he wasn't outside, but truth is truth when a war machine lies. He saw the trap before the blast, said that road turns nations to ash, and headlines spun and the war got sold. Now the mic check echoes through the...
Yeah, Charlie would have single-handedly ended Zionism. Dude, they all say Charlie would have been against the Iran war. He was for the bombing in 2025. He's for the bombing of Gaza.
Hot mic glow, black shard shine, war drums roll, right on time.
Yeah, the war drums never started before Charlie was killed. Nobody was pushing for Iran war before Charlie got shot.
Mic check. He said no one, now read the rest. Before the bombs, before the
The other one we played the other day, it started with the end of the American empire. Your empire's over. Your empire's over. It showed the lion destroying the eagle. Like second Esdras, fourth Ezra.
Who needed Charlie off the set? Mic check. Hot mic, black shards, white text. Rifle.
All right, here's the Candace one now.
I walked through the front door believing the mission. Thought we were chasing truth instead of permission. Every camera angle, every headline planned, every talking point already written by hand. I learned that the microphone comes with the leash. Smile for the donors, keep the message brief. Ask the wrong question, suddenly it's not today. Funny how conviction gets edited away. You wanted loyalty without examination. I wanted principles above organization. If truth has a price, I already paid it. I'd rather lose the room than counterfeit and fake it. I am battle one, ready for BB. And all you silly boys who took over TP had to get pregnant just to drop this sick beat.
She's the modern day Oprah for wine moms.
I am battle one, ready for BB. And all you silly boys who took over TP had to go max.
Dude, if Candace is leading the charge against the Jews, we lost. It's over. I'm sorry.
Just to drop this sick beat, cause the facts will drop down on you.
All browns in the crowd.
Everybody claps while the script gets repeated. Questions disappear when the narrative's needed. Too many echoes, not enough debate. Too many gatekeepers deciding not fake. I won't train my conscience for a better speed. I'll measure truth by the size of a tweet. History remembers the ones who stood alone, not the ones who never stepped outside the zone. This isn't revenge, it isn't about spite. It's choosing open doors over staying polite. If a cause is strong, it survives the test. It shouldn't fear a voice that simply asks what's next. I am battle one, ready for BB. And all you silly boys who took over TP, you had to take a friend just to drop this sick beat.
$5 on Rumble. I shudder imagining the enormous demographic this rhythmic conspiracy slop brainwashing works on.
In Candace world, this is like the coolest thing ever made. In Candace world, for the Standises, this is like the most epic thing ever.
Cause the facts will drop you down under 6 feet deep. I am battle one,
well done.
BB. And all you silly boys who took over TP had to call out a widow just to drop this sick beat. Cause the facts will drop you down under 6 feet deep.
What facts? She's been wrong about everything. What facts? Okay, I don't think it was the same Iranian guys that made this. I didn't think so. Jake Morrison. Dude, so many opportunists and grifters are seeing how popular this is. They know when they tweet something in support of Candace, they get lots of likes. They say something about Charlie Kirk being a conspiracy, they get tons of likes. By this mob, by this botted up, not totally organic mob. Jake Morrison, is Jacob Jewish? I don't know. Probably a Christian. It's probably just spiritually Jewish. Here it is. 51 followers. No, it's this guy. This is the type of neckbeard that really likes Candace. Dude, Candace is gonna retweet me, bro. It's the best day of my life. I made it. Battle bun ready. Oh, he loves Andrew Tate too. That's good. Dude, total Tate fan? Khazaria will... Dude, all right, Hank says Khazaria will rise again. Real funny, dude. She's been doing this for a year. Unbelievable discovery. Explosive information. And then it's nothing and it goes nowhere. And nothing, not one thing she's brought up has been used by Tyler's defense. And they call her outlandish conspiracies.
Okay, so I'm going to name names. Ashley, my producer, right before we went live, just made the most unbelievable discovery about the medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Charlie.
Most unbelievable discovery. The medical examiner's wife likes the Satanic Temple on Instagram and is into furry stuff. How is that relevant to anything in the theory? Seriously. They don't explain. I doubt she explains how it ties into anything and what that means or how it's relevant at all.
The fastest autopsy that's ever been done in the state of Utah. They didn't even bring his body down to temperature. It's supposed to make them cold. Yeah. Wait till I tell you about this man.
Yeah, just like they didn't interview Lance Twiggs, right?
Dr. Andrew.
It must be crazy to be like such a big popular internet influencer and just to like constantly every day spew nothing but lies and say the most retarded things and mispronounce every word and then just still have hordes of retards that love you and worship you.
You're not even going to believe me. Beyond that, we finally got a witness who was at Timpanogos that day. And the story that we just heard is incredible. You know, we've all been going, where are all the people that should be in the emergency room? Why aren't they speaking out? Well, there might be a reason for that. And I'm going to share with you what we have learned. I'm still processing what Ashley just discovered. It's a lot. It is a lot. I just want off of this crazy train.
So much, guys. She can't even process. It's so much. Tune in.
Join us at the link below. Okay, so I'm going to name names.
She does her little hype interviews. This is what she's saying now. This is another new theory. They're claiming that hours before the hospital cleared out all the patients in the hospital to bring Charlie Kirk in to do what? I don't know why that would be necessary. I mean, he was already dead by the time he got to the hospital. So I don't know why it was necessary. That would seem a little suspicious to me if this were true, to clear out the whole hospital for Charlie if he was dead. They didn't know he was dead, possibly. You mean like they cleared out a room or the surgery room so they were like prepared to work on him or something? If is that the core of truth to this? If there's any core of truth, she's going to explain it, and I'm sure it'll be very enticing.
This guy.
Get ready.
Anyway, back to our question. Where are the witnesses to the events that took place that day at Timpanogos Hospital? Where are they? That's a scene. Didn't they see him doing that? Didn't they see Dr. Harpole House? Well, listen to this. I am told that at some point in the 10 o'clock a.m. hour,
her delivery, like she tries to make just anything. She could take any single aspect of a story, and the way she says it makes people that are just like very susceptible to her manipulation think that it's like the most important and like bombshell thing in the world. That's what she does.
On September 10th. So to be clear, and this is crucial, over 2 hours before Charlie was shot, the Timpanogos hospital staff directed everyone who was in the emergency room into a different wing of the hospital. People were not sure what was going on. The staff was directed to move everyone in the emergency room to a different wing of the hospital. Then after some time, at approximately 11:30 a.m., patients were informed that they would be transferred aboard shuttles to Intermountain Hospital. That's Utah Valley Hospital. And that's what happened. All of the emergency room patients and all of their files were then transferred to Intermountain. So there's
Why would all of that
no
be necessary for Charlie? This doesn't even make sense. How normal are airport transfers? Maybe they had an issue with something and they needed to move some patients to a different area of the hospital or move to a different hospital. Hospital transfers happen for all types of reasons. If this were true, which I still don't even know, I don't understand why that would be necessary to permanently move everybody away from the room. They couldn't just, if the hospital's all in on it now, that we're dragging in, how many people are involved in this big conspiracy? Nobody's speaking out, apparently. The hospital's now totally involved, and the medical examiner because of his wife, and the police and the feds and everybody, all his best friends and TPUSA and Israel and Bibi and everybody. Like, why couldn't they just have a room and take them into one room? Why would everybody need to move anyway? Doesn't even make sense. Somebody's going to see, like, I can't even think of
outside
anything.
of hospital.
The hospital's ran by a furry. That's why, maybe.
Cameras, which have been conveniently seized by Kash Patel's office, of these patients ever having been at Timpanogos Hospital. Now, there are a few things I'd like to say.
I heard that hospitals don't release their security footage because of HIPAA laws, because of health privacy laws. They don't release footage from hospitals. That's what I heard.
Say here. First, there's always a trail. There's always a trail. Somebody somewhere.
And what's her conspiracy last week was in the van, the 911 call said, get that off him. So, like, I don't know, getting off the road mic or the bomb residue or something. I don't even know. She didn't even say what it was. She just goes, that's suspicious. Doesn't even tie it into the conspiracy. So if they were already getting something suspicious, nefarious thing off him in the van, why did they need to clear out the hospital to do whatever? I mean, he was dead, to do whatever else.
Drove that shuttle bus, booked the shuttle bus, saw the shuttle bus arriving at Intermountain Hospital, was working at Intermountain Hospital when a shuttle bus stopped and people emerged and files mysteriously then were transferred. And if you are that somebody,
mysteriously,
that one body, please email us. By the way, I just want to mention, if you were one of those patients, you probably should also contact a lawyer, but you can't pull that off without something. There's also some techie people, maybe the Google satellite imagery, this shuttle, somebody's going to look up shuttle companies. Was there a weird trip that day? Let's get on that. More tips at CandiceOwens.com because...
So what does she think? They removed everybody from the hospital because they didn't really go to the hospital or something? Like... It's just a never-ending search. Hey, guys, go investigate this new thing. Hey, send in tips. What do you know about this? Who's Shapiro eating lunch with? What's up with the medical examiner's wife's cousin? It's just a never-ending search. Wrong. Start a new theory. Look into something else. How many times does she have to be wrong or follow a dead end before she just gives it up? Never, apparently, until she's sued. She's not going to stop until she's sued.
If we are able to prove that this took place beyond a shadow of a doubt with paperwork, then I would say foreknowledge of Charlie's assassination can no longer be disputed.
So she already says she can't confirm it. She's saying it at all like it's true, but she says she can't confirm it. And no, if it is confirmed that there could have been some other reason they transferred away people 2 hours before. People do airport transfers, especially if you go, they're talking about the emergency room. You go to an emergency room wherever's the closest, but then once they stabilize you or whatever, determine you're okay, say that you need to stay in the hospital, they move you to a different hospital where you stay at that hospital. That's probably what's going on. If anything. She'll probably never even follow the lead. She just says it's a huge thing, does a show, making it sound really suspicious, and then she'll never even look back into it. It'll be like Egyptian Plains, a nothing burger that wasn't even true.
Our knowledge of Charlie's assassination can no longer be disputed.
I have no idea if she would lie. Did she even give any proof? She didn't say how she knows this. Who told you this? And what is their proof? Latest witch hunt. Yeah. Snipe hunt. Latest witch hunt. Look at this. 5,000 likes for Stu Peters' affiliated retarded E-Crusader conspiratard AI. They cleared the hospital Charlie was taken to out before he was killed. So just because Candace said it, and even though she said she hasn't actually confirmed it with paperwork or anything, they're running with it as if it's a fact. They cleared the hospital Charlie was taken out to before he was killed. And then the FBI took all the clothes from Charlie's security. That means members of the security team had explosive residue on them. This is going to take down everybody. Or more likely, if their clothes are all covered in blood, they took off their clothes and put it in the biohazard bag that they have in the hospital. Are they supposed to be picked up and get in their car from their wife, with blood all over their clothes? Blood-soaked clothes? This is going to take down everybody. Dude, this is going to take down nobody. And I got these bookmarked and screenshot, bookmarked to my Charlie Kirk conspiracy file. And we're going to check back in on this in 1 year, 2 years. And just like you guys were all wrong about AI Netanyahu, and you're wrong about the ball bank accounts and the beef jerky, and you're wrong about Jesus, and you were wrong about Trump, they're going to be wrong about this, and nobody will care because most people are gullible sheep suckers that love being duped and entertained by conspiracy fantasies.
Friend over there, Candace, released a video that it seems to be at least connected or a version of or related to, in some ways, I believe it was Exhibit 11 that the judge basically didn't allow to be seen by the news media during the preliminary hearing, but was shown privately in court. It could be that video. It could be a separate video. It could have been a recording of a video. We're not sure exactly. But it shows somebody it shows, I believe, Tyler Robinson.
Exactly. A recording of a video. They're complaining about how grainy it is without acknowledging it's clearly a recording of a TV screen.
At least that's what the state's position is on the rooftop. And there's a bunch of claims being made that this person was doing a lateral army crawl, that he jumped off a 12 to 4 foot roof and he had to be trained because of that. You actually know this stuff inside and out. You know what it means to be trained professionally. You know all of these things. We'll play the video in just a second, but what was your initial reaction seeing this footage?
She's wrong. Again, she's wrong. I don't know how else to claim that. She's wrong. She's wrong saying that, I forget what she said. Basically, it blown his shoulder out shooting it, or we should have seen the gunshot go off. She's wrong personally.
She said we should have seen the rocks kick up and he should have had a black eye from the recoil.
In my opinion, stating that.
And then she said he's not a real hunter because he doesn't have antlers and trophies on his bedroom walls.
This is, the lower quality video, and that the rumors going around of it being a high quality video, therefore everybody is lying. There's very clear signs that the video was compressed, or it was a screen recording, or a combination of both before it ended up getting sent to her. What did you call it? A lateral crawl? There's no such thing, as far as I know. Going through basic military training in the infantry, lateral crawl is not a thing. Low crawl, high crawl, 3 to 5 second rush. That's what taught when I came in 2003. What's still being taught to this day, to the best of my knowledge. When I went through Ranger school, lateral crawl wasn't a thing. I don't remember being taught lateral crawl. None of my buddies happen to remember either. When I was going through Special Forces training and selection, none of that was taught there either. No lateral crawl. When I was going through SEER school, level C, no lateral crawl I remember being taught in that case. And I can keep going through a multitude of different courses I've actually gone through, and no lateral crawl. Going through the sniper course, no lateral crawl. It's just not a thing. Also, falling 10 feet doesn't take specialized military training. Yeah. It just doesn't.
He landed it, too. He stuck it and landed it and stood right back up. But according to Candace's analysis,
even more so after seeing the Spider-Man ninja who jumped from a Odysee rooftop with the skill, precision, and fearlessness of a SEAL Team 6 member. Even more so,
Spider-Man ninja SEAL Team 6 drop off of a roof. Dang, dude, when I was little, I used to jump off of trees and jump off the roof. Messed up my back doing it. It's not good, but it can be done. No military training. Hey, everybody knows anybody that's ever jumped down from a tree branch or jumped off a fence or jumped down from a one-story roof. Everybody knows that you can't do that without SEAL Team 6. Unless you're Spider-Man, nobody's ever jumped off a roof. Spider-Man killed Charlie Kirk. Yeah, if you're going to send up like the Mossad military-trained Spider-Man SEAL Team 6 just to be a decoy, why not just have him go up there and take the shot? Why even do the road mic?
After seeing the Spider-Man ninja who jumped from a Odysee rooftop with the skill, precision, and fearlessness of a SEAL Team 6 member. Even more so after seeing...
She used to claim that it was a SEAL team, a Spider-Man move to even get on the roof. And all you have to do is put your leg over some tiny little fence was the only thing blocking it. No, it wasn't a 2-story roof, not where he jumped from. It was a high roof, but it wasn't it was a high 1-story roof. So look, Big Tech got blocked by Jimmy Dore for this. Jimmy Dore says anyone still pushing the Fed slop narrative of Charlie Kirk assassination is a paid liar. They are traitors to America and its people and in aid of a foreign country. Dude, you just had on a Russian agent, traitor to America, paid by a foreign country, Russia, to talk Charlie Kirk conspiracies with Stu Peters today, Jimmy. Big Tech says, wait, so was it an exploding mic gun or a shooter on the roof? You guys need to make up your minds. That's all he said, and he got blocked by Jimmy Dore for it. Sorry for pointing out your inconsistency that you try to argue out of both sides of your mouths. Jimmy Dore's still on YouTube. 1.8 million subscribers. You're still allowed on YouTube saying that I'm a Fed because I don't believe in Candace Owens' mental illness. Yeah, I know, Daywalker. This version's way more fun and entertaining. Exactly. Look, today's show with Stu Peters, the White House is connected. Look, Tyler Robinson 2 weeks ago, 57,000 views. Tyler Robinson text messages were faked. Entire case collapses. No, they got the photo of the pictures. They extracted all the data. The defense didn't even say that he didn't send those messages. Case collapsing with Professor Zankis, who's like a socialist, some socialist black guy with some guy about eating the billionaires. Should we watch a little Stu Peters? I kind of want to see the bullshit Stu Peters was saying. Let's check.
Jimmy Dore Show.
Do you think that's an anomaly?
So, guest host filling in. I always say that Jimmy's a Russia shill. Well, when you have fill-in host of your show that worked for Sputnik,
hello, Garland.
And I noticed this guy's following me too. So I hope he sees that. I think he's a traitor to America and a subversive Russian
here, and I'm standing in for Jimmy Dore, who, as you have figured out by now, is on vacation, and he will be back soon. In case you haven't heard of Garland Nixon, I'm a YouTuber. I'm also a terrestrial radio talk show host and retired.
He used to do the show with the other big Russia shill, the guy that died, the white guy I'm not going to remember his name. He worked for Breitbart too. Chat, who's going to get it? I think that was the guy that co-hosted it with him. He was on InfoWars sometimes too. He had a stroke and died. He used to work for Breitbart.
Law enforcement. Since I left law enforcement, I've been an advocate specifically for the first 10 amendments of the Constitution, which is also known as the Bill of Rights, and in particularly focusing on government overreach. So we got a great show today. We got Stu Peters, we've got Kit Cabela, we got Nick Cruz coming in. We got a lot of great articles we're going to talk about. Some of them will freak you out a little bit, but you need to be freaked out at a time like this. So let's start with Stu Peters. Stu is a media personality. He's a host of the Stu Peters Show. He launched his podcast in 2020, which focuses on skepticism towards government institutions, public health policies, and global events. Stu Peters, welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show.
Do you think that's an anomaly these days, that people are a little bit skeptical of government?
Whoa, we're in Stu's kitchen? What is this on his kitchen table? Guys, what is this big metal thing on his table? Is that an ice machine, a rice cooker, a compost bin?
Institutions at this point, or do you think this is becoming more of a widespread trend at this point?
Yeah, I think we're getting a lot of company. The funny thing was there were so many people who
Lee Stranahan, good job, Kronikes. Yeah, he hosted a show with Lee Stranahan, who also was a huge Russia show. I think that was a Sputnik show they hosted together. No, it's not a crock pot. Crock pots don't have vents on the side like that. I'm going with Bread Maker. That's where he stores the J-Proof. That's the J-Proof cloud. The J-Proof server, he keeps it on his kitchen counter. It's going to bring down the Rothschild Federal Reserve.
And I hate to admit this, I kind of ran amongst the liberal class, right? And I was with the ACLU, worked for the ACLU, on the board of the ACLU back when they pissed everybody off, when they just
leftists.
We represented people that everybody hated, and it was great. We were the outsiders, and then along comes COVID, and all that stuff went downhill. And oddly enough, Stu, when I refused to get vaccinated, that's when I found out I was a white supremacist. I literally got called a white supremacist online because I refused to get vaccinated. So
it's amazing the way that they weaponized the vernacular against you. It was when I sat down with survivors of the USS Liberty, Phil Turney, that I learned that I was an anti-Semite. So, it's to say you do not point that out, that these people were attacked and that they've never had their day in court. And it is really obvious where the barriers are. And now on YouTube, everybody that was dismissed for COVID disinformation has been welcomed back, because it turns out that all of us conspiracy theorists the entire time are true, which is kind of how
not me. I got banned in December 2020, right at the peak of when they were doing COVID bannings. I never got mine back.
The scene, and now people know me for digging into obviously everything that the government has been lying about. So there's no shortage of content, from the Iran war to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and I think that's what you wanted to talk to me about here today.
Absolutely. Yeah, you've been doing some good work. Once again, we're talking with Stu Peters, and we're going to be talking about the Charlie Kirk assassination. He's got some new evidence that will kind of freak you out a little bit. By now, it probably won't. It probably won't. He's got new evidence that the White House maybe, possibly, is linked to the Charlie Kirk assassination. Stu, let's get started. What do you have?
Well, let's rewind just a couple of weeks so that there's some context to get to that point. For those of you who are unfamiliar with my...
So look at this, guys. Lee Stranahan, who had a stroke and died, I believe, worked for Sputnik. He co-hosted a show with Garland Nixon. He worked at Breitbart, too, and Steve Bannon when they were ultra-Zionists, still are. He was involved. Stranahan claimed that he introduced Guccifer 2.0, the hacker of the WikiLeaks stuff in the election, to Roger Stone. So that was Russia stuff, right? Mueller indictment referred to an unnamed reporter who had conferred with the Russians about the timing of the leak. Stranahan was the WikiLeaks hacked emails journalist involved. So behind the Pizzagate stuff, conspiracies that they pushed to try to hurt Hillary in the election so Trump could get in, so they could get Zion Don in.
My show. First of all, you can find me on X and Rumble, the Stu Peters Network. But we've been going over what is kind of, it's irrefutable data, okay? And these are Google Trends searches that originated from Sierra Vista, Arizona. Mm-hmm. And Sierra Vista is where Fort Huachuca is located. Obviously, everybody here is familiar with Fort Huachuca. That's where Mitch Snow says that he saw Erica Kirk in the lobby of the Canada Inn Suites on the 8th of September, saw Brian Harpole on the 9th. He reported seeing high-ranking government officials and military
He's still citing that Mitch Snow guy like he's credible. Oh, Mick Snow said he saw all these people. Sure he did.
He was actually detained by Blake Neff's relative, Captain Neff. We now know that Andrew Colbert has two relatives that work on Fort Huachuca, which makes it more interesting that Andrew Colbert was like, some fort in Tucson. I have no idea what Fort Huachuca is all about. Andrew Colbert worked with Erica Kirk to concoct or cook up a fake alibi with somebody else's kids for the wrong date, and then conspired with Gary Melton, this like low-level, never before heard of YouTuber, to like push out these alibis and try to distract away from Fort Huachuca. So while everybody was like, really viscerally reacting to this Fort Huachuca stuff, I thought that obviously was something that we should be looking into more of. And the more that we learn about Fort Huachuca, the more vindicated Mitch Snow becomes. So there is a woman called Ana Escobar who has a smaller YouTube channel who's been looking at Google Trends data that originates from Sierra Vista. So to set this up, Sierra Vista on Fort Huachuca, which is in Jacob recess, and they're with me at first, but it hits a little bit different now knowing what I know. So Mitch Snow's testimony, which with every day that passes, with every little single piece of evidence that comes out of Fort Huachuca, with the suspect way in which these people have responded.
Mitch Snow said he knew that it was Erica's eyes at Fort Huachuca, and he could tell 95% sure, this con artist said.
About Fort Huachuca.
The bimbo retard girl, that's whose sources on this.
More and more vindicated, more and more corroborated is his first person eyewitness testimony.
Familiar with everyone. You want to get pictures of everybody.
And she has found that Turning Point USA aircraft, the ones that Charlie Kirk was flying around on, the one that Andrew Colbert was flying around on, Blake Neff was flying around on, these aircraft have been, over the last year and a half, going to airfields where there's no air traffic control towers and where there's no 24-hour security, where there's like really nobody. And at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, they're landing at these airfields. I will note that these airfields, by the way, are the same ones that Iran-Contra was run out of, and that the Cocaine Cowboy ran out of. And they're spending 20 to 30 minutes on the ground on these airfields, and then they're going off to...
Now we got more plane conspiracies. Oh, their plane was at an airfield late at night. Like, what does all these airfields have to do with Charlie being killed? They just throw out random incoherent nonsense and think that they've got some case on something.
Larger regional or even international airports, and then they're meeting up with jets that are owned and operated by Miriam Adelson. Miriam Adelson owned Boeing.
Why would they be meeting with Miriam Adelson over and over again at airfields? Think that they're parking their planes and they're getting out and they're like, all right, let's plan out this assassination. Is that
business jets, and they're spending 2 or 3 hours on the ground with these Miriam Adelson-owned jets before then Miriam Adelson's jet leaving and going directly to Tel Aviv.
Well, before we dive too deep into that, I do have a couple of things I want to talk about. The first, I want to get some thoughts on that first that I want to throw out on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if TPUSA was in either at the same event somewhere with the Adelsons. They go to a lot of Zionist events, a lot of Republican political events, or they're just in the same city, same airport, same city, different events. Like, people that fly around to different important places all the time for Republican politics are going to be, having some overlap sometimes. What is the theory? TPUSA is meeting on the regular on the tarmac with Miriam Adelson to plot the murder of Charlie? That's what he's implying. Is that what you're running with? But then he'll be like, no, I'm not saying that. I don't want to be sued for defamation, allegedly. They can't stand by anything they say.
First segment. Sure. So when someone says, okay, question, why would you have to do all of these image search for all of these people? My first thought is one of two reasons. Number one, if you're feeding data, if you want cameras and AI to be able to see who's where, you feed all of the pictures into an AI program and say, look for these people or whatever the case may be. That's number one, to feed them into an AI database, everybody that's involved in this particular operation, et cetera. Number two, if you have someone who's
$5 on Rumble. Private jets often use the same smaller airfields. This line of reasoning is ignorant.
This just sounds like just like they were wrong about the Egyptian plane theory. Now he's got a Miriam Adelson plane theory. It's probably just as true as the Egyptian plane. Not true at all. Completely just made up. Anna Escobar told him. Yeah, she's a reliable source, Stu. Do I got to pull up Anna Escobar for you guys so we can see his source on this?
Out of the country, someone who's involved in this operation who is not familiar with everyone. You want to get pictures of everybody. You want to give these people the pictures and say, these are the people to meet with or to do this or not to shoot or to, whatever, you know what I mean? You want to get the data of everybody involved for someone who may not be knowledgeable about this, who needs to know who's who, or maybe other people who are involved in this operation who needs to know who's who. So they need
a base pass. They need an escort.
Right.
And on Fort Huachuca, they have
yes.
They have these big balloons that are suspended up into the air, and they have cameras on them that are capable of zooming in 100 miles. They can see Fort Bliss from Fort Huachuca. So these things.
So because they're not handing over all the security footage from a private military base, you're just going to say, well, you got to show me all the footage, otherwise we're going to say that they were there. But then they'll give all the footage, which they won't do that. But if they did give all the footage, they'll be like, oh, you just removed the part. You didn't give us the camera where Erica was there plotting the assassination the day before.
Be fed with, these people are authorized. When they realized that Mitch Snow was on base and unauthorized, what happened? He was swarmed by everybody. He was detained. They called him a bomb threat, and he was questioned for hours by Captain Neff.
And your computers your cameras all over the base. You feed those into the AI camera. Again, these are the people that should be, that shouldn't be. You know what I mean? There's any, like you said, you may need ID, and you may need to feed them into computers as an AI database to look for these particular faces or whoever's not those particular faces. So there's a number of reasons that.
And some officer is telling the lower level enlisteds that are going out to the tarmac or the Sierra Vista Airport or the Canoa and Suites to pick up their principals to bring them on base for a meeting. They're telling them, hey, I need you to go pick up. Oh, this is a big one. This is Chief of Staff for the Vice President. This is Jacob Recess. So do whatever you got to do this morning. Prepare for your transport. Your escort is going to be Jacob Recess coming on base. Well, what did that guy hear? He heard he was the Vice President's Chief of Staff. His name is Jacob Recess. When he goes to do his work on his computer, he puts in VP OT-US, Vice President of the United States, Jacob Recess, and then puts in his title, COS, Chief of Staff. They're using very specific vernacular. They're using their titles. They're using DIA in their titles. And there were intel people that were coming on. There were people.
I don't know how people don't know, but somebody that's confused why you can sometimes see the moon during the daytime, nobody should listen to anything he has to say. Look at this. He wrote, this full moon is out in the middle of the day. That's not supposed to happen. Like, imagine being that dumb and then thinking that you can run around calling anybody a Fed because we don't believe some kooky thing that you're saying.
from Crane coming on, when Johnny Moore, or being searched, I should say, when Johnny Moore was being Google image searched, he was being image searched under his official capacity as Kairos, which these are the people who they develop messaging and strategy for crisis situations. There was going to be a crisis situation that would require messaging and strategy. And when they looked up Andrew Kovet, who worked for Johnny Moore at Kairos, they didn't look him up as Andrew Kovet, Turning Point USA. He was Google image searched at the same time as Johnny Moore, which would indicate that they would have been arriving on base at the same time if this theory is accurate. And they searched him also in his position at Kairos. I can't do it here. Andrew Kovet Kairos had been wiped. And
I understand.
And these aircraft, these boats.
Why is it all Russia shills that are doing this mental illness? How could it possibly not be? Some people, I'm sure, are just useful idiots, and they're just chasing the clout and joining the herd, going along with this. But this is not completely organic. Something fishy is going on here.
Business jets, 737 specifically, are massive. They spend anywhere between 2 to 4 hours on the tarmac right next to these planes that are owned by Turning Point USA. Over at a hangar, Sands Air, which is in Las Vegas, that's where Miriam Adelson keeps her fleet of aircraft, which includes 747s. All kinds of business jets. God. But anyway, they spend 2 to 4 hours on the tarmac together. And then immediately Miriam Adelson's Boeing business jet leaves and goes straight to Tel Aviv.
$5 on
and then it comes back.
If the moon is out during the day, Abrahamism is fake and Guy Tyler Robinson. Probably.
How can you not be so embarrassed to post something so stupid as to not understand why the moon can be seen during the daytime? He's pretty much a flat earther too. Tartaria, flat earther, snake venom in the vaccines or the water or whatever it was. J-proof meme coin scam. But still, Jimmy Dore, bring them on. Hodge twins, bring them on.
Back to the United States the next day. This happens 27 times. I mean, this isn't like a one-off, and I'm going, whoa, what's going on here, and being hyperbolic and blowing something up into.
Okay, so Miriam Adelson lives in Vegas, has casinos in Vegas, probably has planes on the ground there always. She has a fleet there. So you're saying TPUSA went to Vegas 27 times over how long of a period? Maybe there's a lot of Republican events that happen in Vegas. How is that? Is that not obviously if this is true, is that not obvious what's going on? No, they met 27 times to plot out all of the details of the assassination. Is that what you're trying to imply here?
I'm not making a mountain out of a molehill here. This happens 27 times. And people are like, oh, well, here goes Stu down the Candace Owens Egyptian planes rabbit hole, which, by the way, the Egyptian planes are very real. You can't deny the flight data. They are where she says they were when they were there.
No, they weren't.
You can see this.
No, they weren't.
For people to be like, way off. Conspiracy theory. This happens 27 times. Why is Turning Point USA's aircraft meeting with Miriam Adelson 27 times before Miriam Adelson's aircrafts go directly to Israel? When I say meeting with Miriam Adelson, I'm representing her planes. I'm not saying that Miriam Adelson herself is on the planes. In fact,
her network, her associates, or more than likely employees, whatever the case may be. Yeah.
What's on these planes? What is it that's being either picked up or dropped off at these small airfields? Why are they going directly then to meet with Miriam Adelson-owned planes that then go directly to Israel? What's on these planes?
Why would it take 27 meetings to do anything? They're meeting up on the tarmac. Here's the road mic. Replace it with his real road mic on the day. Give it to Erica and switch it out.
Are they having donor meetings at the Cocaine Cowboy airfield?
Parisia, when you fly into an airport, you're meeting with everyone who also flew there. Good point, Parisia.
At 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning? Are they arranging for donor relationships and meeting new people at the Iran-Contra airfield at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning and shaking hands for 20 or 30 minutes? Are they requesting Miriam Adelson be present for all of these meetings and they're spending 2 or 3 hours? Are they picking up their people? Come on. There's something obviously to this. I've been gaslit enough. I'm not going to be gaslit into believing that any of this is normal or not sus.
I'll put it like this. When you bringing up the Cocaine Cowboys, which I might add is a great, I don't know know, the History Channel, whatever, they did Cocaine Cowboy, the whole show, but it was good. But you bringing that up, basically, if you think about it, these were the routine actions of intelligence operatives. These were intelligence operations. You know, when you look at these, the way they're doing things, meeting out in the middle of nowhere at an airport, you know, meeting up, getting up, leaving, and you go here and somebody goes to Israel. That doesn't sound like somebody's doing a business meeting, you know, to sell widgets. That sounds like intelligence operations. That's the way intelligence operations happen, to ensure that nobody's around. They're not going to meet in a hotel. It could be bugged. They're not going to be getting a car. It could, all these things could be bugged. They have their planes. They meet in their planes, which have been swept for everything. So it actually makes you feel as though that these types of operations are, rather than business or even political per se, strictly political, that this is intelligence, maybe Mossad, CIA, whatever the case may be. That's what it sounds like to me.
It sounds to me like arms trafficking.
Yeah.
Which of course the CIA would be involved with.
TPUSA, arms traffickers, totally. Dude, retarded. Oh my God. Why stop there? Drug smuggling. This is probably a pedo ring, right? It's so painful. Yeah, these guys need some intelligence. No, it couldn't be political or fundraising or, you know, Republican stuff. Couldn't be that. Couldn't be conservative events. No, clearly it's arms dealing.
Because no arms are getting trafficked without the blessing of the CIA. They're the ones that are doing all of that. You know, and that it kind of bridges along with the 50,000-fold ARs conversation, how 50,000-fold ARs needed to get into the West Bank, you know, to finish the annexation of that region in order to prepare the land for, you know, Trump Gaza, to water the ground.
Jocelyn, anything's possible when you don't use evidence.
Of the soil of the future Greater Israel
Anything's
project.
Anything's possible when you don't know the shape of the earth or if the moon is even real and why it's out at night.
Isn't a conspiracy theory either, because they wear the arm patch.
Did he think like the Satanists that are keeping us trapped on the flat earth in the firmament realm, like messed up and put the moon out at night on accident or something? Like, I'm trying to put myself in his mindset, in his shoes, how he sees and understands the world.
Map of Greater Israel on the sleeves of their military uniforms. These are people who are unwilling to leave their homelands that their people have inhabited for thousands of years. And despite the, I mean, and I'm not going to say all of the words here because I understand the platform and respect where we are broadcasting here, but these people have been terrorized for a very, very long time, and yet they have refused to leave. So there's something that you have to do there. You have to do something. And 50,000-fold ARs was in the conversation. Yeah, what's happening here? You have to get the arms to the settlers somehow. And now obviously with Section 219 of the National Defense Authorization Act, nobody's going to have to be sneaky about it anymore because we're just merging our militaries, and all of our weapons are their weapons, and all of our service members are their service members, and all of our intel is their intel.
So he thinks the theory is Miriam Adelson is meeting on tarmacs with TPUSA plane to do arms dealing to IDF in Gaza. That's the big theory. And he's like, very interesting, Stu. I think it might be intelligence.
Already virtually impossible to draw a line of distinction between the United States government and Israel. Now there literally won't be, because overtly we just are one. Nobody voted for this, by the way. Nobody sees this as a benefit. There's no upside to America or to Americans for any of this, but they're just going to ram this through regardless. And so with that going on, you can see that there is a need.
Hank says the integration is complete. Dude, I've been covering Israel and America have been doing like bilateral tech agreements and working together. They'd work together on the Iron Dome. They're always doing these things like this, these integrations. I mean, that's not saying that doing more of it is a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing. I think it's a national security threat, and it benefits them way more so than it benefits us. And I'm worried about backdoors or stealing intelligence, sharing it with our enemies. But to act like, oh, that's our militaries are now officially merged, just might be taking it a little bit to an extreme level. I don't know. Tell me if I'm wrong, but that's my vibe on it.
There is a need. Who's fulfilling the need?
Right.
And when we had the Leah Files on just the other day, she used to work alongside or even at the agency. When I say the agency, I mean the CIA, doing deep dive, follow the money forensics audits of financials. And she was on the other day, and even the financials suggest that in a post-Charlie Kirk assassination world, Turning Point USA is acquiring all kinds of land, all kinds of warehouses. What do they need all these warehouses for? Is it for the yard signs, for the Get Out the Vote initiatives? I don't know about that, because apparently Turning Point USA is not even a political arm. Right. They're not political. That's all I know them as is politics, political activism. But apparently, according to their business filings,
USA is a front for arms dealing. That's a new one.
Spending a lot of money. Remember, Charlie Kirk, before he died, he wanted a Doge.
Sure, they got all the whole military-industrial complex. Sure, there's all that, but without TPUSA, none of this could happen.
Of his company. And he not only wanted to know where the money was going.
Nate Live says the Leah Files is a Russia shill doing a show with Lane today. There you go. She was just on with Stu too. Not surprised, Nate Live.
He wanted to know specifically where all of this...
And it's a fake story. She did not work for the CIA. Not surprised.
Money is coming from. Where is all of this money coming from? Remember, this was the kid who gave an elevator pitch to start this company, which is now dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars.
It's grown into like the biggest youth political organization. It's funded by a bunch of Republicans and Christian Zionists and Jews. That's who funds it. People that want to win in politics.
Billions of dollars.
Yeah.
He wanted to know, where is this money coming from? And he never got around to finding out.
No, that couldn't happen, because it's like so many other things when you start talking about intelligence money, that organizations are used to launder money. Organizations are used for various functions. I mean, you can look at, when you talk about the gangs in Haiti, how are people that don't have food running around with $2,000 machine guns, and then some guy from the CIA gets caught trafficking guns into Haiti.
Thank you, Grace. Love you, Grace. Parisia Time says TPUSA apparently is the glue that holds the international smuggling network together. Yeah. Yeah, the military and Raytheon and Lockheed Martin and whoever the gun manufacturers are, they don't have warehouses. No, those companies couldn't just ship them to Israel. No, they've got to go through TPUSA. They got to go through Charlie Kirk and TPUSA, obviously. What a retarded theory. Oh, they'll just take the proceeds from selling the weapons and donate it to Charlie Kirk.
Ukraine, all the money that's going there. I mean, all the weapons supposedly going to Ukraine, then it shows up in Africa in the hands of like some terrorist organization, right?
Yeah.
And now there's
a terrorist organization that the American taxpayer funded, that the CIA radicalized and armed.
Yeah. So these... once the intelligence agencies get their hands on an organization, it becomes a multi-tool. You know what I mean? It becomes something that they can launder weapons, they can launder money, they can launder everything now. And the problem, if someone like Charlie Kirk thinks, well, I'm here for the cause, and let's do this thing for the cause, and he starts asking too many questions, the cause becomes bigger than him. And as we discussed, they were planning on doing this. They were right on the verge of doing this Iran war. And there's certainly a lot of evidence that Charlie Kirk wasn't thrilled with that. He would have been a problem.
Yeah,
and it seems to me there's a significant issue there that had to be remedied, shall we say. I mean, I wrote right after he got killed, actually on my Substack, I wrote an article, and the first thing that came to mind was, well, he was like kind of not in favor of this, but gee, now he's out of the way. I don't think that's coincidental.
I'm glad that you brought that up. And I also want to go back and touch on something that you were talking about in Ukraine. It's this.
Look at this. George Galloway and Garland Nixon. So two Russia shills together. Very concerned about the 2024 election being rigged against Trump. All these people lied and told you Trump would end the wars or would have no more wars. All these people lied and told you Trump secretly hates Netanyahu. All these people supported Trump before the election, by the way. Of course, here he is with the big Russia agent, also with a show on RT and Sputnik.
The polls are all headed his way. particularly in the
they're going to steal it from Trump.
States.
Well, wrong about that too. Yeah, they're all going to support Vance in 2028 too. You're
Same
right.
agency that was responsible for using other.
Hey, look who else he's hanging out with. Scott Ritter. Convicted pedophile Scott Ritter tells Garland Nixon how every country in NATO other than Russia has a terrible military and how no one can come close to the power of the Russian military. He thinks that Russia is going to defeat Finland and Sweden and takes glee in it. You can see Garland Nixon and Scott Ritter at the Rage Against the War Machine alongside Jimmy Dore, Jackson Hinkle, Max Blumenthal, Chris Hedges, Kim Iverson. Scott Norton, Medea Benjamin, Code Pink, Daniel McAdams. He's the guy that works with Ron Paul. See? I don't know how the government's not cracking down on all of this. I don't know how everybody is just being like, we're inundated with either the Zionist Russia propaganda or the Zionist propaganda or the Russia propaganda. That's the controlled dichotomy, the controlled paradigm right now.
Private partners to the American government to traffic weapons into Ukraine in order to effect a violent coup in 2014 to overthrow what they considered to be a fair, democratically elected administration who was rumored to have been adopting more pro-Russia policies, meaning pushing back on the centralized system of Rothschild banking control, basically. They didn't want anything to do with that. And so our media, and when I say our media, I mean the media that's funded by BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street and private equity oligarchs that are housed on, that are headquartered on Rothschild Boulevard in Tel Aviv. Our media, they positioned all of that as like a populist style, BLM style uprising.
Like when I call these guys Russian agents, like, I mean, they're Russian agents. Here he is again. On RT with Scott Ritter. Only Russia has the trust across the region to broker a deal with the Iran war. When was this? April of this year.
It wasn't. It was a violent coup, and then they installed Volodymyr Zelensky. And what have we had since? Mass graves in the Donbass, brothers wars that seem to be never ending. These people are just they're killing each other to clear the way. This is New Khazaria, and that land is included on the map of Greater Israel they wear on their arm patch, and that Benjamin Netanyahu brings and presents at his meetings in the White House. They did the same thing.
There's no New Khazaria plan. Do the Jews that once lived in Ukraine like want to have like their spots and real estate and synagogues and cemeteries? Sure. But is there a secret Khazarian agenda to have a new Khazarian? Absolutely effing not. This is the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's absolutely no evidence for it at all whatsoever. You know who really recently on the internet popularized the Khazarian mafia theory? It was Veterans Today, one of the guys for Veterans Today, who also worked there, the Muslim convert, pro-Russia guy. I'm forgetting his name right now. He was like a 9/11 truther guy too. Kevin Barrett. Kevin Barrett worked at Veterans Today too. And I know he's pro-Russia, anti-Western. Everything's a false flag. Hank, shut up. You're not a part of a secret agenda. Stop trolling. There's no... Hank's part. You're a Cohen. You're part of the Khazarian mafia, Hank. Sure.
There, as they're doing in the Middle East, this is the Greater Israel Project. They have to have the weapons.
Yes, and powerful Zionists are all over it. Who funded the Azov Battalion? Kolomoisky. The guy is a Jew. By the way, he has an Israeli citizenship, and he's the guy that funded the Azov Battalion. And supposedly, he owned Burisma, or he was the chief of where Hunter Biden worked. Right.
I thought you loved Hitler, Stu. You're promoting Hitler's book, and now you're going with Russian propaganda that Ukraine is a bunch of Nazis. I love how Alex Jones is insisting to Laura Loomer about the Nazi problem in Ukraine. Alex Jones or his son was citing Alan Dershowitz headlines as his proof about the Nazi problem in Ukraine.
Wait a minute.
Because Hunter Biden had all of the experience necessary to run that energy company.
Yes. And how about the other guy, Mindich, who was the assistant? I think he was the first assistant for Zelensky, who got caught stealing like hundreds of millions of dollars. Where did he flee to? Israel. He was a Zionist.
They all flee to Israel. Yeah. They all do. Tom Alexandrovich was here working on behalf of the Israeli Cybersecurity Directorate. And
how many Russians have moved to Israel, Stu?
To violate a mentally handicapped young American child, and when he got caught in Las Vegas for doing that, the Trump administration had to intervene to fly him back.
Bendrick says it was a complete hoax that Kolomoisky funded Azov. Really? I just assume everything he says is wrong, like disinfo propaganda. So I believe you. Kolomowski flipped towards Russia, by the way. Well, I believe you. You sound like you know what you're talking about.
Back to Israel.
Well, you got to ask yourself.
Jonathan Pollard, don't miss that one. This is a spy who's working on behalf of Israel to the detriment of America, and he was flown on Miriam Adelson's Boeing business jet to Israel, where he was received on the tarmac like a hero in the arms of Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, every single time, over and over, what you're pointing out here just continues to happen.
Well, you've got to ask yourself. You look at Ukraine. Okay, we see a bunch of guys goose-stepping all over the place with Hitler tattoos, but who supported them? Zionists, Kolomoisky. Who's in charge? Zelensky. Who was under him? Mindich. Who was the other guy? Schmiegel. How in the world did it make sense of this? We're a bunch of people running all over the place, goose-stepping all over the
Jews
stuff.
are putting Nazis on the front line, so Putin has an excuse to kill them? Like, what is the theory? Like, do you not realize that Stu Peters, like, LARPs as a Nazi? That Stu Peters and all of his friends are like pro-Nazi, like Holocaust deniers, pretty much. Like, so then if that's normally what he is, then how come he sits there where Garland's like, they're goose-stepping Nazis all over Ukraine. Putin's got to denazify him. It's completely inconsistent with Stu's
the iconography of the Third Reich. But the people who are in charge all over are Zionists. It kind of looks like an operation at some point.
I want to talk more about what you said about Charlie.
So what kind of operation, though? An operation to do what? Justify the invasion of Ukraine? You're saying Jews are putting Nazis on the front line to justify Putin's invasion of Ukraine? Is that the theory?
Kirk, and I don't know how much time I have.
We got a couple more minutes. Sure, go right ahead.
But for you to say that he was becoming a problem, I have myself gone through a real life, documented, on video awakening or realization or mind shift relating to Israel. Because Israel, when I was a fugitive hunter, when I was a bounty hunter, Israel didn't matter to me, and that was for 15 years of my adult life. It wasn't on my radar. I didn't.
He was Christian Zionist and pro-Israel until a few years ago.
Here, my parents were divorced when I was 2. I spent half of my time with my mom, and I spent half of my time with my dad. My dad went to a Lutheran church. My mom went to a Methodist church. If the minister or the pastor were hitting me over the head with Zionist propaganda, it missed me. I didn't pay attention to it. Israel didn't matter to me at all. It was never on my radar. Until there was a reaction to the USS Liberty videos that I released after sitting down with the survivors. I was attacked by the New York Times, by the Rolling Stone, by everybody. And that was kind of what pushed me into looking more into this. And despite the fact that I was being threatened with the loss of millions of dollars being funneled into my, I didn't care. I came to a T in the road. I had sponsors that were like, we're going to leave. We're going to pull $3.6 million from you. Okay, fine, leave, take it. I don't care. And I think that, looking at what Charlie, who I was not a fan of when he was alive, he was a Zionist shill. He was a part of this MAGA world, this Trump orbit, the Israel-loving, pro-war, neocon right. And I wanted nothing to do with that faction. And I knew that I could count on what it was that he was going to say every time he opened his mouth about the Judeo-Christian relationship and the Judeo-Christian values and all this other stuff. And so the day that he was killed, I was actually in the studio getting ready to sit down and film with a new sponsor that was coming on. And my sister, who's the COO at my company, came running in, and they were all in from out of town, various different people that work for me, and they all came running in. They were like, oh my God, Charlie Kirk has been shot. And I thought, who would want to shoot Charlie Kirk? Like, what? So every monitor, as you can imagine, in the studio was on. I went live.
That wasn't my thought. My thought immediately was a leftist shot him. Charlie had spoke all the time about how the left is violent. They want acts of terrorism. They want political assassinations. Charlie warned about that all the time from the left, the violent left, the anti-free speech, violent left. He always talked about it. When he first got shot, I know my initial thought, I'm guessing probably all of you, I thought a leftist shot him. In fact, I thought it was the guy that asked the question, because the question was, what do you think about, you said something about trans violence, and then it was like pop. Lefty was my first thought.
I'm just going to all these different live feeds and listening to what people are saying on the ground. And
We've had all these other trainee shootings recently as well, too, at schools and stuff. So, like, the left thought it was a Nazi. That I did entertain the idea. I was like, it could be a groyper. Could be a groyper.
Thing that I said to the people who work with me, I said, hey, go get me video. Go find out what was this guy saying in the weeks and months leading to this. What was he saying that would have made somebody want to do this? And it became immediately evident. It wasn't something that he was hinting around about. He was very openly pushing back on these people. And then privately, he was saying things about how he was going to be forced to leave the pro-Israel cause. His words, not mine, not a theory that I made up or you. Those were his words. And then
the left the left thought that Charlie was a Nazi, right?
Just this week released text messages where he said, quote, I'm telling all of these Jews to go to hell. That's what Charlie Kirk was saying.
That was like almost 2 years before he was shot, though. Meanwhile, he continued to go and be writing letters to Netanyahu and defend Israel at every turn. And his criticisms were mild. His criticisms weren't anything above and beyond what like Jews criticize Israel for. Or he was doing it's left-wing secular Jews that are the bad ones. Like religious Jews good, secular Jews are anti-white or communist or whatever.
To who I think could quite possibly be his only real friend, who's been holding on to these text messages while they've been trying to rewrite who Charlie Kirk was.
So disgusting.
As he was coming home on.
Yeah, Candace was his only real friend. Not his wife. Not his wife and all of the people he hung out with all the time the last few years.
Friday nights, and it was, daddy's home, throw down the phone, Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah. They go,
yeah, dude, what do you mean? Well, why is he making a face like that's not true? Like that's made up? There's clips of Charlie talking about writing his book on the Sabbath and why he observes the Sabbath and thinks it's important and wants everybody else to. But then you say, Candace says he'd come home and say, Daddy's home, Shabbat Shalom, and you all act like that's implausible or something. 5249.
Who I think could quite possibly be his only real friend, who's been holding on to these text messages while they've been trying to rewrite who Charlie Kirk was as he was coming home on.
Yeah, he was being pressured so much. It was so popular to be anti-Israel. If he didn't alter his rhetoric a little bit, he would have lost all credibility. He was trying to manage the Israel criticism and act like he was non-biased. He had no choice but to do the minimal Israel criticism.
Friday nights, and it was, daddy's home, throw down the phone, Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah. They go,
we now know what he was really saying, and he was pushing back on Donald Trump.
What do you mean? He's been a lifelong Zionist. He wrote a book on observing the Sabbath, but you're suspicious that he would have said daddy's home, Shabbat Shalom.
He got shouted down by Donald Trump over his opposition to kinetic confrontation with the Iranians. He was opposed to interdiction in Venezuela, which was done on behalf of.
He tweeted in support and said Trump did the right thing when he bombed Iran in 2025.
Paul Singer, who acquired the American arm of the Venezuelan oil industry at the end of a gun barrel in a Delaware court presided over by an AIPAC judge as a vulture capitalist. All the talk about Greenland. Charlie Kirk was against that, which was on behalf of Ronald Lauder, the heir to the Estee Lauder cosmetic brand, the president of the World Jewish Congress, who's the one who talked Donald Trump into acquiring Greenland in the first place.
We haven't heard about, Charlie would have stopped Greenland. Didn't Charlie go and visit Greenland? He might have even went and visited. We haven't heard about Greenland in the 10 months since Charlie's died also. Oh, now it's because of Greenland.
Another vulture capitalist who, guess what, has millions of dollars in interests in Greenlandic water bottling companies.
Whose son-in-law, Kevin Warsh,
is the Fed
just
chair.
got installed as the Fed chair by Donald Trump. It never stops, does it? It just never stops.
Hold on. Wait till you see this. Dude, Charlie was totally going to stop the Greenland takeover. Ready, guys? I went to Greenland and learned why it should be the 51st state. Charlie Kirk.
In this audience, an exclusive update of what I was up to this last 24 hours. Donald Trump Jr., a very good friend of mine, gave me a call and said, hey, do you want to come to Greenland? Said, yeah, that sounds great. So we boarded Trump Force One at 2 a.m. on January the 7th. I even hid this from most of my staff. Almost no one had any idea this was not to be leaked, not to be publicized. At 2 a.m., we got on Trump Force One and flew from Palm Beach to Nuuk, Greenland. 6-hour flight, 3-hour time change. Let's get all the videos, guys, up there and all the pictures, please.
See, they could have just took him out in Greenland, slipped down an ice crevasse. He could have, if you're Candace, they could have banged him over the head with a penguin. There would have been no questions asked. There would have been no conspiracies, uncovering the truth. Dude, Stu just said they had to kill Charlie because he was going to stop them from taking Greenland. Meanwhile, Charlie gets invited on the secret VIP trip and says they should be the 51st state. Stu just gets like... just makes it up as they go along.
Around 11 a.m. local time as the sun was rising. The sunrise in Greenland this time of year is at 11 a.m. Get off the plane. And by the way, we are greeted by hundreds of people that are just curious. We then go to the top of a very... Follow you on Steam. His phone. Greenland, America shouldn't expand. Well, Alaska is part of the United States. We purchased Alaska, and that was a good purchase for America.
There it is. We should take it. Stu says he didn't want us to take Greenland. Crevice versus crevasse. 53. Listen, let's hear that again one more time.
Kirk was against that, which was on behalf of Ronald Lauder, the heir to the... He was very openly pushing back on these people. And then privately, he was saying things about how he was going to be forced to leave the pro-Israel cause. His words, not mine, not a theory that I made up or you. Those were his words. And then Candace Owens just this week released text messages where he said, quote, I'm telling all of the Lauder cosmetic brand, the president of the World Jewish...
5315 is what we need to go to.
American arm of the Venezuelan oil industry, at the end of a gun barrel in a Delaware court presided over by an AIPAC judge as a vulture capitalist. All the talk about Greenland. Charlie Kirk was against that, which was on behalf of Ronald Lauder, the heir to the Estee Lauder cosmetic brand, the president of the World Jewish Congress, who's the one who talked Donald Trump into acquiring Greenland in the first place. Another vulture capitalist who, guess what?
Yeah, so I'm going to clip him saying Charlie was against Greenland and then go to the other clip where he says it should be the 51st state. We should expand to Greenland. Dude just makes it up as he goes along, apparently. Okay, we'll keep going, actually.
Has millions of dollars in interests in Greenlandic water bottling companies.
Whose son-in-law, Kevin Warsh,
is the Fed
just
chair.
got installed as the Fed chair by Donald Trump. It never stops, does it? It just never stops. But I'm with you. There's so many of us that have these moments of awakening, and certainly Charlie Kirk did. And, I've had people say, well, I don't like that Charlie Kirk said this and that. And I said, you know what? When I was young, I said stupid things. And I had to learn about things. For God's sake, I used to be a Democrat.
Which I don't even believe in, to be honest.
Exactly. Now I'm like, I hate parties and all that kind of stuff. So the bottom line is, it seems to me that he was probably, if he was saying the things that he was saying public, you can only imagine publicly what he was saying privately. And I'm just saying, there are those of us who think a decision might have been made. I'm just saying.
Well, here's the thing. Charlie Kirk was doing something that nobody else was doing.
Okay.
He was captivating
even assuming it's true, which it is true, he was having some friction with some of the Jewish donors and platforming Tucker and was at least with his rhetoric anti-Iran. I'll grant it. All of that could be true, but that still doesn't mean that a leftist wouldn't want to shoot him. All of that true. Lots of people have been starting to become more anti-Israel in the last few years. Even if it's true. Still, it's also true that leftists want to kill people like Charlie Kirk. So what?
Attention of millions of college age, fighting age, military aged Zoomers in this country who represent the military future, the spiritual future, the political future, the physical future of our country. He was going on stages across the country talking to these people, and he was doing what nobody else could. They were hanging on every word that he said. He was written into the pipeline as, you know.
He was defending Israel. The night before he was killed, he was on the phone on a Zoom call with a rabbi and a Jew working on his Hasbara propaganda to counter the questions.
Probably a shoe-in as the vice presidential, candidate to a J.D. Vance presidency. This would have been a problem when he would have gone on those stages and said that he was going to be forced to leave the pro-Israel cause because millions of them would have left with him. And rather than being a vice presidential running mate with J.D. Vance, he would have run against J.D. Vance.
Yeah, absolutely.
J.D. Vance, the creation of Peter Thiel, Vice President Palantir. They have to usher all. There's so much on the line here. And although be it not trying to, of course, minimize the tragic death of Charlie Kirk, against J.D. Vance. Already. I mean, now knowing what he was doing, I can see what a real man of conviction he was, a guy that we really need in this country. He would have been a big problem for ushering all that in, and the implications of this are just so far to reach.
The bottom line is they can't allow an independent thinker. You've got to be part of the system, and you got to say whatever the system says I'm okay with. If you question things, that's unacceptable. Stu Peters is a media personality and host of the Stu Peters Show and the Stu Peters Network, correct?
Yeah, dude, Jocelyn, that's a good point. I was thinking that too. Imagine being Tyler Robinson right now, and most of the right wing is trying to free you. I wouldn't say it's the right wing, though. I'd say it's like the fake right crypto communist Russia propaganda sphere. But imagine, I wonder if Tyler Robinson knows, like, do you realize that like all of these big influencers are saying you're innocent and it's a setup and you're a patsy and you didn't really do it? I hope he knows that. He'll be like, stupid conservatives. Stupid MAGA right-wingers in their kooky conspiracies. That's probably what Tyler Robinson thinks. Yeah, lionizing Charlie Kirk.
Work is where you can find me on Rumble at Real Stu Peters on X, and I'm not one of these guys.
To the next guest, and they're playing
Tyler Robinson
videos.
Is this lone shooter, which they're trying to establish as a fact. Some of the burning questions that we had. Okay, well, if he turned himself in, how did he also not confess? I now have the answers to that. The main point, the reason why this information came to me is because there's a narrative being spun right now by the media that Tyler Robinson is or was suicidal. That is not true. And that's a very scary thing when suddenly they're saying he's suicidal and, he's in solitary and he's not suicidal. So that was the reason why this information.
Look, guys, See Through It All is busy finding all these clips of Elizabeth Lane now. She does the classic Russian propaganda line that the British created and control Israel to this day. Yeah, dude, that's what Jay Dyer says. That's what Alex Jones tries to say. The British Empire controls Israel so that Israel can blackmail and control the United States. So trash. Elizabeth Lane and Candace are both doing the Russian propaganda line that Ukraine is part of Zionism and the Greater Israel Project. Heavenly Jerusalem in Khazar. It's a piece of the puzzle. So trash, dude. Of course. In lockstep, all the same stupid talking points.
Urgently came to me. Obviously, I know a lot more, and I'm going to share it with you guys on Monday. I just wanted to vet some of the things that I heard, ask some more questions from people that would know, and just to make sure everything I say is above board. And obviously, this lead led to more leads, and I want to give people a chance to respond. This is crazy. Nothing more that I can say. This is very serious. I don't know what's going on, but I do know that what we are being told has gone on is just not so. And this is really kind of going to begin, I think, to answer a lot of questions and many more questions that need to be asked. So I just wanted to let you know that what they're telling us about him being suicidal is not true.
You know, we joke about those things. You know, I'm not suicidal, but you know, when you could start going into names. You know what I mean? You could go into Frank Olson, the MK Ultra guy, and then it came out. There's information that's come out that old Frank Olson had felt bad.
Now we obviously turned the sound off because there was music as she was dancing as a furry.
They're doing all Candace coverage over here. All right. Enough of that. Dude, I'm gonna get the clip of Stu Peters being totally wrong about Charlie in Greenland. Roger Waters embarrasses himself on Russia and Ukraine.
So obviously, if you never put a single shilling into public education, you cannot expect people to become educated, particularly if you're bombarding them with propaganda through the mainstream media 24/7, you know, every single second of their lives. You're telling them lies, like all this bullshit about Russia preparing to invade Ukraine, which anybody with a IQ.
All the Russia shill says Putin's not going to invade Ukraine. That's crazy. He would never do that. And then he does it. And then they go, oh, he had to. It's a good thing. They really deserve all of Ukraine. Look at that. So all these people did this.
24/7, you know, every single second of their lives. You're telling them lies, like all this bullshit about Russia preparing to invade Ukraine. Which anybody with a IQ above room temperature knows is nonsense. It's complete fucking. But they've got lots. So obviously, if you never put a single shilling.
How did that one age? One last thing on the Candace front. One last thing. So this guy Tardio says if Candace has all her electronics seized, try not to be shocked. They should be. We need to know if she's working with Russia. And she's like, I'm pretty sure she's violating laws. You're not allowed to, if the judge seals a case files, you're not allowed to like leak it from some insider. She says, if I have all my electronics seized, try not to be shocked when every piece of footage and evidence hits the internet immediately anyway. When an investigation is truly decentralized, there is no nucleus that can be captured. No, nobody wants to seize your stuff to stop your true evidence that Charlie Kirk was killed from getting out. It's to see who you're working with and if you violated laws with leaking like stuff from the trial. That's what it's going to be. Also, are we supposed to believe that she's sitting on all of this like damning footage and evidence that she's not releasing? I doubt it. Sitting on evidence. Okay, Evangelist freaked out after getting kicked off a plane for preaching. Just last week, she wrote an article in the Washington Post about evangelizing on planes. I think it was the right call, but some disagree. Okay, let's see here.
Can you tell me what's going on? You can't just tell me to get my stuff and then not tell me what's going on.
Okay, so you follow your stuff, just follow me.
Huh?
Just pick up your stuff, just follow me.
Okay. You're still not telling me.
Huh?
Still not telling me what's
so the
going
crews
on.
don't feel safe with you.
They don't feel safe?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I didn't know the message of Jesus Christ was unsafe. Wow. Do I have any guns or anything like that? No, I don't. So freedom of speech is not safe?
These Christians, people that think that like because you're on a plane where people can't get off, like that you're holding them hostage and you're able to sit up and start preaching, get on your soapbox. Good. Air Marshal, arrest her.
So if I said something else, would that be okay? I'll tell you what this is. It's called.
See, Christians try to preach in places where they're not supposed to, and then they tell you to stop. Hey, stop it. People don't want to hear it. And they go, oh, I'm a victim. I'm being persecuted. Oh, they're trying to destroy Christianity. You're satanic. Professional victims.
Spiritual warfare. You know why? Yeah, because demons don't like the name of Jesus.
You're a demon.
But
everybody that just wants to listen to their headphones and watch the movie and not be disturbed by some religious fanatic ranting at you is a demon.
it's not unsafe to talk about the gospel. I didn't know. Is that a crime? Is it against the law? Can you tell me that? Is it? Can you tell us? Is it against the law? Is it against the law? I'm just asking you a question. I'm getting my stuff as I'm talking. So can you answer the question? Is it against the law to preach the gospel?
I don't need to answer any questions.
You can. You sure can. Yeah. Yeah, you sure can. Wow. Tell you what. Last days, people.
Last days.
Can't talk
this
about
is the
Jesus
end.
anymore.
Proof.
Yep. That's how you know.
That's how you know. That's how you know we're in the end. Yep. What other proof could you ask for?
But last days, people. Can't talk about Jesus anymore.
Can't talk about Jesus.
That's how you know.
Not
That's how
allowed.
you know there's power in that name.
More persecution.
Makes people feel unsafe. That's
oh,
sad.
these people are not
Very
safe.
Sad. Very sad. Wow.
She probably got up and started preaching to everybody, and they said, "Ma'am, please sit down." And she says, "No, what? You hate Jesus? You're a demon?" And then they're like, "All right, she's not stopping." Christian fatigue.
Well, God bless everybody. If you know Jesus today, make him Lord of your life and continue to spread the gospel. We're in the last days. We're being persecuted.
We're being persecuted.
To be a Christian. It's coming. We're going to go to jail. It's coming. It's coming. I am making my way. You see me walking, right? Okay. Thank you so much. Look at this. Hallelujah. You don't have to push my bag.
I did it, ma'am. I'm so sorry.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Daddy's following.
Okay. Where are you from? Because I can't really understand you. I can't really understand you.
Why don't you just comply?
Are you from Puerto Rico? You speak Spanish? Is that your main language?
All right.
So you're kicking me off the plane for telling people about Jesus. Is that what you're doing? Dude, you need to tell me what's going on.
Shutting up and sitting down when you were asked.
Tell me to get off the plane and not tell me.
Dude, when the stewardesses, ma'am, the fasten seatbelt light is on. Please sit down and shut the fuck up talking about Jesus, please. Okay, you're bothering the passengers, ma'am.
Why? Obviously, that's why.
Yeah.
Everybody's gonna hear about this. This is so good.
Everybody's gonna think you're retarded.
Wow. What's this?
This call to everybody.
Huh?
This call to everybody.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Call to what? No. You're not going to shut the door on me.
Okay.
So tell me what's going on.
Excuse me.
Okay. So tell me what's going on. Stop shutting the door on me and explain to me what to do. Don't just hand me a paper. Are you kidding me right
Read
now?
the paper,
you kicked me
then.
off the plane for preaching the gospel and you shut the door on me? How dare you?
So
tell me
deserved.
what's going on. I need to call this number and then what?
To get rebooked.
To get rebooked?
Rebooked.
Okay. And I call it
They
right
should
now.
ban her from the airline.
And you guys are going to inform them of what's going on?
They're gonna be-
And what is your name, sir?
Ruben.
Huh? Ruben. God have mercy on your soul. Because hell's real, my friend.
Oh my God, it's so annoying. Ugh. Deport. I don't even know. Okay, let's listen. What do we want to do, chat?
I don't believe that this is Tyler Robinson. My love, they're canvassing the area now. I got to find the rifle and retrieve it. I mean, like the AI police fake transcripts. Can we get those up as well? The fake chat. This is a guy going from that.
What's your proof that it's a fake AI transcript, Rex? You say so? You said, "Nuh-uh, I don't believe it. That's fake. That's fake. That's fake." Anything else?
Side crawl position, whatever it's called, to the military prone style position that you're going to see here where he swings his legs out back and to his left. And he kind of bends the other one.
military.
And I've only lied down
style.
shooting, a couple dozen times. I've definitely had like Army buddies and Marine buddies show me how to do it. And you're watching someone here that's done it a lot of times, has practiced a lot. Because, I'm relatively athletic and in decent shape, and I can move around and I can get up off the ground really quick.
Nobody
but,
can
it's
crawl
like
a few feet and swing your leg around without like intense military training. Everybody knows that.
In a jiu-jitsu class, it is a bit difficult to move around like that. And then to add on to all of that, and then to say that this dude, this ninja up there, this shinobi guy is Tyler Robinson with his granddad's World War II rifle, and he's going to use a screwdriver, screw the sight back in, and then he's going to take the shot and have it perfectly zeroed. That's completely insane. If you're going up there in the most...
Nobody said it was completely zeroed. He got hit in the neck, so he probably missed. He was probably aiming for the head or the chest and hit the neck, so he was off a few inches, and it wasn't perfectly zeroed. And it's a close shot.
High-pressure scenario possible, where you are on that roof with a rifle killing the white version of Martin Luther King Jr. I know it's not a one-to-one equivalent. People will get mad at me when I say that, but it's true. This is a guy that is responsible for building more than 1,000 campaign offices around the country.
Yeah, that's why some leftists would want to kill him, Rex. Yeah, he built thousands of campaign offices and made them all pro-Israel.
I believe tens of thousands.
And banned anybody that was a groyper or was anti-Semitic.
Of volunteers. Okay, this was, it's now been mutated, I believe. This was the largest organic, genuine, young right organization, young Republican organization. I know that's another term for another thing, but really in the entire United States of America. And Charlie Kirk was its brain. And when you have a ninja get up on the roof and use Naruto running techniques and getting into special forces positions, and
dude, this is just like desperation. They're grasping for straws. Ninja doesn't take a ninja to run across a roof or to jump off a one-story building.
Going prone and taking the shot, it is impossible that is little Tyler Robinson out there to defend his trans furry lover.
It's impossible. Only a trained military guy can scoot a few feet on the roof and take a close shot when he's been hunting his whole life. Impossible. I mean, you only see him. I hope I get to debate Rex on this. Rex, you realize that they got his vehicle, the license plates, and him walking up the stairwell with the gun in his pants. And then they found the gun, and he confessed. But it's impossible because you say so.
Lance Twiggs, who showed up looking like Jeffrey Dahmer at the hearings. I don't know. I'm Lance Twiggs. And it's like, dude,
Lance Twiggs looked funny. Like, that's your argument? He's a weirdo furry. Expect him to be normal?
Trans girlfriend that you tried to commit murder over showed up to the trial in boy mode. What's up with that? Like, how does that work exactly? I think it's all as fake as a $3 bill.
It's fake because the tranny furry guy was identifying as a male for his police interrogation. I even saw some paperwork in the court. They're referring him to his tranny name Luna and as a she in some other context. Oh, Lance was identifying as a male that day. It's as phony as a $3 bill. Like, that's the best you got?
Tried to commit murder over showed up to the trial in boy mode. What's up with that? Like, how does that work exactly? I think it's all as fake as a $3 bill.
Okay, he is a man, so he's being interrogated by the police for his friend murdered somebody, and he decided maybe put on a suit and just be normal, not wear his furry outfit and talk like a girl. Like, is that what you expected? It's a birthmark on his head. They call him Stork's Kisses, I think.
think Tyler Robinson was drugged and co-opted and used as a patsy, much like, a Lee Harvey Oswald was perhaps.
Drugged up and used as a patsy. So he's just so drugged that when he's sitting in the courtroom that he can't say, I'm in setup. A drugged MK Ultra patsy, actor, AI hologram. What are we going to get to? Yeah, did you expect him to speak like a girl and wear his furry costume in the police interrogation? He didn't. So, it's fake as a $3 bill.
And, this is just how things are done. Like when this happened, I knew that we were on the true demon hell trajectory. And that's what the killing of Charlie Kirk represented. He was the
demon hell trajectory.
The largest anti-war voice in Trump's ear. Go watch what he said about October 7th. Go watch what he said about Israel's nuclear.
He justified the invasion of Gaza after everybody and their mom was like, wow, it's kind of weird that October 7th happened. Was there a stand down? Tons of Jews in Israel were saying that.
Your program. Go watch what he said about war with Iran. Go watch all of these things.
Go see his tweets saying Trump did the right thing by bombing Iran in 2025.
Okay, he's dead for a reason. It didn't just happen on accident because Tyler Robinson wanted to get some strange somehow. Okay, that's not a reality. That's a complete fugazi.
Real time. Yeah, it's no liberal would ever want to take out a conservative politician. That's crazy. No motive at all for a liberal to take out some conservative politician. No, but the motive for Israel to take out their top Shabbos Goy, no, that's convincing. Sorry, Rex. This is retarded. Let's see. Alex Jones beefing now with Roger Stone and Ben Garrison. Look at this. Ben Garrison. I'm blocked by both of them. Roger Stone. So he shares Alex saying he calls for Trump to be impeached for the 25th Amendment.
The big issue is how to stop Trump. And we have to have Congress go for the war powers. They've 3 times tried to vote war powers. They're supposed to authorize a war. This is a war. They're getting the draft ready. If this isn't a war, nothing's a war. I mean, this is absolutely out of control. And so I'm calling for it right now. 25th Amendment, impeachment, whatever needs to happen to get this front and center, to get control of our country. It's impeachable alone.
The idea that Trump's going to be impeached because he's bombed Iran, it's just like silly. That's not going to happen.
Supporting the NDAA. I agree with Tucker Carlson that all of the people that voted for this to merge us with the foreign military, it actually says it in Section 219, clear as day, need to be in Nuremberg-style trials. I mean, this is unbelievable. And if you think it's crazy now, imagine what's coming with this. They want us in a total war so they can censor and take our freedoms and nationalize everything and push us aside.
Maybe you should just take a back seat, Jones. You were only wrong about Trump for 10 years, shilling him and defending him and gatekeeping Zionist influence for years. And now you were wrong about all of that, but now everybody should still listen to you for some reason.
With AI, total liability, immunity and protection. This is a
all
disaster.
On you. You're responsible and enabled all of this.
We are facing tyranny, but the public's awakening. We've got to come together and transcend left and right. And we have to say no to an expanded war that will definitely destroy the economy, kill a bunch of our troops. They're preparing a massive ground invasion.
Roger Stone says, I will not appear on Alex Jones' show again. Thank you for your attention to this matter. 7,000 likes. Ben, this guy has me blocked too. This other idiot. What is his name? Ben Garrison, the cartoonist, says, well done, Roger. I love how Alex Jones brought these guys on all the time. And because now he's critical of Trump, they're just abandoning him. Great friends you got there, Jones, by the way. He says, Ben, I love your work, but I've not had you on my show for 10 years. This reminds me of junior high where people fight over being able to sit at the cool table. I'm not at the Trump table or the Democrat table. I'm on Battlefield fighting for 1776. This is a Ben Garrison style cartoon. Not bad. Roger Stone says he just filed for divorce. Let's hear what Jones has to say.
Well, my old friend Roger Stone, who more than 10 years ago recruited me to support President Trump, has come out today on X and said that he is no longer going to appear on my show because I've called for Trump's impeachment or the 25th Amendment, whatever it takes, the War Powers Act being implemented by Congress to stop this disastrous war, killing our country, killing the economy, and empowering Iran. And that's fine. I get he's loyal to Trump, that pardoned him. They're old friends going back 50 years. I've known Roger about 15. So that's fine. I'm not mad at Roger at all. He's not like Laura Loomer over there hanging out with the founder of the Azov Battalion telling us there's no Nazis in Ukraine. At the end of the day, I agree with most of the issues.
That's what really makes him mad. No, the knives have really come out for Laura now that she's opposing Russia some. That's unforgivable. Laura covering up the Nazis is unforgivable. That's Jones's red line, is Loomer saying that Putin shouldn't take out all the Nazis in Ukraine.
The things he stands for. But let's talk about what this is really all about. Anybody now in the Trump orbit that questions anything like Tucker Carlson and countless others is called a panicker, is called a bad person. That's fine. I want to be separated from Trump and what he's turned into the last year, covering up Epstein, saying it doesn't exist, saying you're not MAGA if you believe Epstein crimes exist. Well, they do. Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison for them. So thank God you're clearly separating me from that. When Trump called me low IQ and fried, I'm like, thank you, because I want to be separate from you. I don't want to be associated with the disastrous policies that you've now taken on and giving AI companies liability protection and all the incredible insider trading and sweetheart deals that would make Hunter Biden blush. I oppose the Democrats, but also oppose the corruption of the Republican Party leadership. I oppose the neocons and Thune blocking the SAVE Act. I support Trump in pushing for that. And I still support Trump securing the border and trying to get jobs back in America and other things. But that said, I'm not a lesser of evils guy, and I'm not going to sit there and sell my soul and my integrity for this.
Recently he said he only supported Trump because he was the lesser of two evils. You did do that. That was your excuse for why you backed Trump all this time. I remember him saying that just recently. And now he goes, I'm not going to do that anymore. You've been doing that.
So I am very glad that we're separating the goats from the sheep here. The public will decide who the goats and the sheep are. But MAGA has been dead a long time. I was never MAGA. I supported Make America Great Again, but I said, I'm 1776. Make America free and prosperous and respected again. And I will continue to build the populist beachhead of the Republican Party and hell, the Democratic Party if we can. I don't have any faith in that. Try to save this country from the jaws of tyranny and the globalists. So I'm not mad at Roger, but at the same time, I'm not in junior high. I don't want to be at the Epstein, Howard Lutnick pedo table. I am glad that they say I'm not welcome at their table because I don't want to be at their table. That's
but wait, Jones. I thought for years it was Trump's not involved. Trump has nothing to do with Epstein. It's a hoax. That's what you told us. You said Trump is innocent.
Making all these statements is to make sure people are clear. I'm not part of this, and I want to oppose it, and I want to stop it. I've been proven right. 155 days ago, I said this war would end the way it's ending. It would go the way it's going. So has Joe Kent, many others who keep being demonized by the
I've been proven right about Iran from a few months ago, but you've been wrong about Trump for 10 years. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget that part.
White House, even though they've been right and Trump's desperate for an off-ramp, he then still cuddles Benjamin Netanyahu and the very people that lied to him who were never Trumpers that got him into this mess. So thank God I'm not for the NDAA, the Israeli takeover, our military and intelligence. Thank God I'm not for AI, total liability protection. Thank God I'm not for the surveillance state. Thank God that I've still got my integrity. I don't blame Roger because of old friendship and loyalty, saying that I'm not with Alex, I'm with you, Trump. But why does he even have to do that? Why does he even have to sit there and say that so they don't come after him and then he loses his access and contacts to the White House? I don't need my access and contacts to the White House. I could care less. That is a discredited, sinking ship. I'm very sad about that. I focus most of my attention on Democrat Socialists of America and the tyranny of the left. But right now, Trump's trying to get us into total war. And so right now, he's a clear and present danger that we're dealing with. So I say 25th Amendment, impeachment, war powers. War powers is the quickest thing to do. They're supposed to declare war on something like this. They haven't.
Yeah, Amalek says Jones would have called us anti-Semitic 2 years ago for bringing up that military bill. I know, seriously. I called in a few years ago to InfoWars and told Jones that Trump was a big Zionist, and he called me a Nazi. All right. We didn't forget.
Let's take action and let's push for that in a bipartisan fashion. So, Roger, I want to say la vie to you. We've had some big interviews. When I had you on about the Kennedy stuff, got over 100 million views. Trump called up and said how great it was. Remember that last year? I mean, quite frankly, you've done some big interviews, but quite frankly, you're not our hottest guest, bro. So enjoy yourself at WABC and enjoy being a darling of the system. I'm not mad at you. I understand that you are hanging out at Mar-a-Lago and all the rest of it, and we're not mad at you. We're not mad at you at all. I'm not your enemy. But at the same time, don't let the door hit you on the ass. I'll see you in the next live.
When he done another video too, where you could tell he is mad. When you do a video that's 4 minutes long and you say I'm not mad 5 times, pretty good indication that you're mad.
Follow me on X at Real Alex Jones and on Rumble, rumble.com/.
I've got more than a few Roger Stone stories for you. Alex Jones sends Roger Stone a very special message. Okay.
But I'm going to tell you right now.
This is him not mad to Roger Stone.
But I'm going to tell you right now. They're all completely horrified by Trump. They all know he's running off the edge of a cliff. But they have to do all this kabuki theater to try to stay in good graces with him because they all know the Democrats are coming to try to put him all in prison once he's out. So they need those secondary pardons yet again. Well, guess what? I'll stand with God protecting me and my listeners supporting me. And I don't sit there and need to be in the orbit of Mar-a-Lago or wearing tuxedos or trying to give Trump political blowjobs. I've been invited to the White House of Mar-a-Lago 10 years ago, 8 years ago, a year ago. And guess what? I didn't go because I don't want to get in the swamp. I don't want to bathe in the shit.
10 years ago you were invited to Mar-a-Lago and didn't go because they were the swamp, but you kept shilling him for 10 years? Yeah, that doesn't check out. I was always invited to Mar-a-Lago, but I never wanted to go. Yeah, right. If he was really invited, he would have been there. Give me a fucking break. And then also, your excuse that you didn't want to go because it was the swamp, but you were supporting him all along? So you've always known it was the swamp, and you still promoted him anyway. And when I said he was a Zionist puppet, you called me a Nazi, but you knew he was a Zionist. Your boy, yeah, your Roy Cohn buddy, Roger Stone.
I want to get in the swamp. I don't want to bathe in the shit. So, Roger, I'm really glad you came out and said this. Okay, and I'm just telling you. I notice you're being diplomatic about it. That's really smart. That's really good. That's really good. Because I'm not going to take anybody's shit anymore. You understand? Okay, I'm not going to take anybody's shit anymore. I'm trying to stop a fucking nuclear war. I'm trying to save our economy. I'm trying to get interest rates down. Things Trump used to be for. And just because he fucking changed doesn't mean I did. You fucking got that?
Dude, Trump has not changed, dude. You just said you didn't want to go to Mar-a-Lago because he was a swamp. Okay, Trump has always been a hardcore Zionist. Trump has not changed. I'm so sick of people saying this. Can I do the face? Do I look just like Jones?
So if you fuckers want a war, you're going to get one.
You're going to get one.
You want to see me break?
Dude, that goes hard if you're an info warrior. Yeah, totally not mad vibes. What? Roger Stone says, well, that was a bit excessive. A little bit. Yeah, I mean, Roger couldn't have been nicer. He just says, I'm not appearing. I mean, he could have just not gone on, but like, that's like, he could have called him a total retard and a traitor, but.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
It jumped up a notch.
It did, didn't it?
Dude, Jones is crashing out. Trump's calling him a retard. He's crashing out. Hate to see it. Professor Dave is terrified to debate destiny. No.
at some point, something has to give where people are like, okay, it is kind of weird that everybody seems to be avoiding the gnome, right? Like, I don't know how much you know about the Professor Dave guy, but he is like the craziest like debate bro. And I mean that
I didn't know anything about it.
Oh, I mean that in the most respectful way possible. I don't know. Did you see the video I posted on Twitter or whatever, or I think retweeted Black Cat? This is normal Dave behavior.
You're a coward because you've never emailed me a single time to set up a debate, because you don't actually want to debate me, because you're a pathetic toddler coward.
I commented in a Professor Dave viewer said he shouldn't debate Destiny because Destiny is a liar and argues in bad faith. Yeah, the guy literally debates flat earthers.
Flat earthers, duh. Yeah. That's his whole job. You got to email him though and be like,
I already messaged him on Instagram. Ed Pangburn reached out to him. He already said no. He said no like 15 times. Everybody keeps saying you just no. He said no like 15 times. He's never doing it.
Hey Dave, saw you were saying all this about the other people. What about me?
Also, what was he saying that his video was demonetized? Has he said that anywhere? And that's why he's collecting money for it? Because his video is...
Yo, Chad Champion raided the stream. What up? I haven't forgot about you, Chad Champion. I'm just waiting for something to be delivered in the mail before we set it up. Little surprise I have for you from the spiritually Aryan Chad Champion. Apollonian Aryan.
Super monetized.
Is it?
Yes.
I'm honestly surprised it is with the amount of children he put in there.
I wonder how to. I don't know how to raid. I've never raided somebody else. I'll have to look into that. We could raid some people. So it's so funny. All of these people, all these Destiny people, are digging up all these tweets from Professor Dave, who got banned from Twitter like shortly after October 7th, and he's saying stuff like, hey, remember last week when police found an illegal tunnel network under a synagogue that was used to F little kids? Is that part of being Jewish in New York too, fuckbag? Whoa, Professor Dave, settle down, bro. Keep it cool.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Cool it. Dude. We covered some of the Professor Dave clip that he did about Destiny yesterday on the show, and he's doing all this stupid slop about Zionism's nothing to do with Judaism. Overdosing on red pills. Professor Dave. All right. We're $30 away from the goal. We're coming up on 4 hours. I'm just going to keep going.
What in the hell do they need us all to believe this earth is round? And how come when I look up in the sky that I can visually see the moon, it looks fucking round to me, okay? It looks fucking round to me. Now, if that's round, why wouldn't we be round?
Because we're not a light and we're not in the sky. That light I'm looking up there is round. How come your table and your floor aren't round? Because your table and the floor aren't a light in the sky. When we look at the moon is a light. It casts our shadow on the ground. We can read by.
The moon is a light, guys. Forget about the phases of the moon and that it reflects the light from the sun. No, they think the moon is its own light.
In the middle of nowhere.
The moon is a light, but what they're saying is that moon is reflecting off the sun.
So go find one of those big cement ball rocks somewhere in front of Costco or whatever, or Target, and go there at noon when the sun is really shining bright on it. Is it casting light on you? Is it lighting up? No, it's not. It's just a rock.
Oh my God, what a retarded thing to say. If it's daytime and the sun is blazing, you're not going to see the light reflected off of the sphere concrete thing in front of Costco. But yes, it does. Light does reflect off of especially like white surfaces. It absorbs in dark surfaces. It reflects off light surfaces. So yes, it does actually reflect. God, he's so
on it. It's not shedding light. It's not sending light. It can't cast your shadow on the ground. Any claims about anything in the
it can't cast the shadow because the sun from the light from the sun is so much stronger than the reflection. Stupidest argument I've ever heard. Yeah, this is Jake Shields' buddy. Yeah, he'll promote Jewish Dave Weiss and kooky flat earth shit. That's not subversive or low IQ anti-Semitism, though.
the only thing you can accurately say is that they're lights, because we can't measure it. We can't, unless you can go and touch it and know how far it is or how big it is, you really can't say anything about it. So
yeah, we know how far it is. We've sent people there. You just say all that's fake. Flat Earth moon landing.
So when you look at anything in the distance, it becomes a ball. Now, I think the moon is at least a circle. NASA says it's a lunar disk, right? It lights up and and when we have a new moon, it's gone. No one sees it ever during a new moon, even during a total solar eclipse. No one sees the moon when you should see it. Have a whole eclipses section in the app. But the question you asked earlier, which ties in with this, is when I look up, I see planets, they look like they're spherical. So why aren't we spherical? I want everyone to go out and get a star tracker or moon planet tracker. And when Jupiter is out, Jupiter is super bright. It's the brightest. It looks like a star. It's bigger than any other star. It's super bright. It's easy to spot in the sky. So now ask yourself, why is it lit? Well, you're taught that it's reflecting sunlight, right? Brad, is this table reflective? A little bit. If I had a ball of dirty gas, dusty, dirty gas, Jupiter's made out of gas, is that reflective or does it absorb light? I don't know. It'd probably absorb light. It's not really reflective, right? We could say its reflectivity is going to be less than this table. So Jupiter is 4 times as far from the sun as we are. Well, just rounding off, we're just under 100 million miles from the sun. It's 400 million miles, right? So if you take our sun, if the sun is 860,000 miles across, which they tell us, so we'll call that a yoga ball, the Earth is a BB. Right? So we brought the sun 1 mile over our head. You're on a BB. That yoga ball is a millimeter over the BB. We look up, all we see is sun.
What the hell is a yoga ball? Like a massage ball? A yoga ball? Why use a ball that like nobody... he means like a bouncy, a big like chair ball. Bocce ball, I think they're called. That's what he means, yoga ball. I get it.
We move it 100 million miles away. It's now the size of a coin held at arm's length, right? Because it got smaller due to perspective. If we double that distance, so now it's twice as far, it's a quarter of that size. It's called the inverse square law. So a quarter of the size would be the size of a pencil eraser. If we double it again, it's pretty damn small. If we double it again, so now it's 8 times as far. No, we'll go 4 times as far. So it's like the size of a large star. So if you were on Jupiter and you're looking at the sun, it's smaller than a pencil eraser. You have to say that light is coming all the way to Jupiter, reflecting off of the non-reflective surface and traveling 300 or 400 million miles to Earth.
What do you mean non-reflective? Gas can be reflective. It's condensed gas particles. Shine a light on a huge, massive planet of gas, and yes, it is going to reflect and light up, and you'll be able to see it.
Shining like a piece of the sun in the sky. What does that tell you?
Oh my God, what a terrible answer. We're all dumber now for hearing that answer. Steve Through It All sent me this. Elizabeth Lane and Candace Owens show how Judaism isn't the driver of Zionism, but it's Frankism and Baal worship. Oh, more Baal propaganda. Imagine that. More deflecting away from Judaism, like all the Russia shills like to do. Candace was just over in Russia. Is this a Russia book set that she got here? This looks like the Kremlin.
In terms of Israel, I think you kind of have to go back to what was happening upon the European continent before that. And you got to go backwards to why this group of people who are now in Israel were being kicked out of so many nations. And I've been begging people who are studious and Jewish to look into this massive movement where they had a false messiah named Jacob Frank. And this gets into Sabbatianism and Frankism. That is the key to everything. This is not Judaism at all. It's mystic Judaism, if you will. If you could say it's Jewish mystical tradition.
Dude, Jewish mysticism is Judaism. It's their interpretation of Judaism.
Get into what Sigmund Freud was. This is where you're getting their initiation rites, the harming of children. This is not, it's mysticism, full stop. And studying Sabbatianism and Frankism made me understand what was happening. You had Frankists who were at war, by the way, with Jews. everyone, no one wants to speak about this. This is actually what was happening in Poland. They were at war with the Jews because they said this is an old philosophy, the Torah, we don't want to follow the old law. And in comes this radical Jacob Frank. And once you begin looking into Jacob Frank, you will fully understand the picture. I believe, and with a lot of evidence, that Theodore Herzl was himself a Frankist. I don't believe his children committed suicide. He likely raped them, is what my research shows me, because through Sigmund Freud sent him help for one of his daughters or whatever on how to deal with her. But what Sigmund Freud was doing, and which has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, his contribution was gaslighting kids who were actually being raped by their parents. Okay. And this was a part of the Frankist ceremonial rites, like to initiate, you had to show yourself that you could violate the law. It's a form of Gnosticism, right? You have to plunge yourself and show yourself that everything is a figment. There's no such a thing as like good and evil. So you have to plunge yourselves into the depths, and then they believe that from unholiness, holiness will arise. And if that sounds crazy to you and new to you, you should look into Jacob Frank. None of this is made up. This is all very real. There's no doubt that I'm talking about Sigmund Freud, practiced Sabbatianism. So when I see what is happening, I believe that these Frankists...
I've never heard anybody else say it like that. Isn't it Sabbatianism? That's how I've heard it said. Sabbatianism? Sabbateans is my understanding. How you say it. Yeah, Gnostics believe strongly in good and evil, light and dark. Yeah, she's just she probably read Robert Zepper's Sabotage V book, and that's what she's or she read that Freud mysticism book too.
Have been masquerading as Jews. They've mixed in amongst Jews for a very long time.
No. The Sabbatean Frankists were Jews. It was a Jewish messianic movement based on Judaism and Kabbalah. Now she says they're not. How did the Sabbatean Frankists, they were a Jewish movement following a Jewish mysticism, so they're not Jews somehow?
Infiltrate.
Hank says I'm correct. I'm correct about what?
Happened. I want to be clear. They also infiltrated the Catholic Church. Jacob Frank mass converted when they were at warring with the Jews, the Torah Jews in Poland.
Yeah, Sabbatians is a Dionysian thing. You're right. She might be confusing the two, right?
They said, "Oh,
she does have a Russian book set behind her." Oh, and look at that. Illuminati Masonic floor, checkerboard floor, confirmed. You're in the Illuminati.
Protect us from the Jews. We'll convert to Christianity. And the bishop at that time mass converted a bunch of the Frankist community into Catholics, right? Yeah. Very important part of Catholic history. Catholics need to trace where those families went that mass converted into Catholicism. Jacob Frank became a baron. He was based in Offenbach, Germany. He was given his own castle. The rumor, and there's a lot of evidence to support the rumor, is that he was being funded by the Rothschilds. Okay. Yeah. And the Montefiore family, the Rothschilds, they moved into each other, the banking dynasty that were bankrolling him. And one of the strategies, one of the tenets of Frank
is... the source for I think the source is Rabbi Aintelman, Opiate of the... What is this book called? Opiate of the Masses or something like that? I have it here somewhere. But the idea that the Rothschilds and Jacob Frank and the Illuminati were all like some Jacob Frank thing comes from that rabbi claimed that. I don't think it's even sourced. It's just like a claim.
Is to false convert. They practice false converting into other faiths. So it becomes increasingly difficult to track who these people are who are wearing. They're pretending that they are Muslim, they're pretending that they are Jewish, and they're pretending that they are Christian.
Infiltration was their best skill. Yeah. I absolutely agree with you. And I haven't studied...
So it's not the Abrahamic religions, it's the secret Satanists hiding behind everything to eliminate the opiate. Thank you, Hank. That's what it was.
But I studied other secret societies, and what you are telling me right now is exactly
they worship Baal.
Yes.
They worship Baal.
So for a person...
Baal. It's Baal. Dude, they didn't worship Baal. Is there any proof that Jacob Frank or Zabbatai Zvi worship Baal? I don't think so. They just say it. Hold on.
Out there listening right now, and if they've never done any research in this, you just have to either go and do it yourself or take our word for it, because I worked for like 6 years on Kennedy assassination and it took me in places I never thought. And so you're absolutely right.
They established Hollywood.
Yes.
Right. So it's a different name of who's leading it because they believe in reincarnation. But like, this is what Aleister Crowley was. Aleister Crowley, this is the occult. It is full stop occult worship. And I'm so glad that people are beginning to have this conversation today, because if you don't understand the theology, it seems crazy to you.
Okay. So Baal. Of course, we're blaming Sabbatine, Frankus, and Baal and Khazarians. Everything but just Jews and Judaism. Candace messed with the lights so she doesn't get mogged? No, she's getting mogged. Candace always got mogged. How can Candace be a black girl and got no booty? That's the real problem with Candace. Thank you, See Through It All, for that. Baal worship. Let's see these Melanie Phillips clips.
First of all, Jesus wasn't a Christian. He was a Jew. Christianity developed centuries later. And he certainly wasn't a Palestinian, because there were no Palestinians. Jesus came from Judea, and the people he was around were Judeans, where they were Jews. So this is ridiculous. And this does very much correspond with what I was just saying just now, that there are people who, in either their ignorance and their hatred of Judaism, whether it's deliberate or because they're ignorant, they basically think that the Palestinians are the indigenous people of the land of Israel, and the Jews are latter-day interlopers, and the Palestinians were the Christians were the Palestinians. I mean, it is such a mess of ignorance and, frankly, imbecility. You wouldn't expect.
Look at it. There we go. Have I not been calling this? This conspiracy, the end game of this conspiracy is they're going to say he's a mind control victim and an actor. MK Ultra, mind control, drugged up actor. We knew that was coming.
I look at him in the pretrial and the videos. He looks like our POWs that were held for 5 years by the North Vietnamese and tortured. He looks like he's had electroshock. He looks like he is completely out of his gourd.
Oh, look,
this is the
InfoWars
perfect
brought
time.
on this Valhalla guy that's been pushing all the Charlie Kirk conspiracies along with all these people. Very disappointing, Viking bro. This isn't Jesus, right? Valhalla. Dude, you're not. If you promote kooky Candace conspiracies, there's no seat in Valhalla for you in the mead hall, bro. Sorry. Not happening. You're going to end up in Jewish heaven.
Like Sirhan, or the other, things
Jewish
that we know
hell
are
for
in
life.
Ultra. I mean, some people say, well, why does he think he did it? Well, I mean, who knows? I just know I was so shocked months ago when I talked to reporters that were with people that recorded all 10 of the family.
He was so drugged. That's how he was able to case the joint and etch the words and the bullets and drive 3 hours and get up on the roof and nail the shot and jump off like a ninja because he's MK Ultra drugged up. That makes total sense. They summon the spirit of Baal to possess Tyler Robinson. Okay, valid. We'll look into it.
Played this, but I'm allowed to put it on air. They made me listen to it over the phone. We played one clip where one of the family members was saying, "We don't buy any of it. 90% of what he sees lies. We think he's innocent. What you hear isn't true."
No family member saying that, dude. Stop making stuff up. Oh, we talked to the family. They said they don't believe any of it. Yeah, right, dude. Come on.
And then I'm like, well, you got to go public. And they're like, no, we're scared. So that on top of it, I'm just like, this is wild.
Right.
But what do you think?
Total made up story.
What do you think of Tyler Robbins himself?
I look at him just like Lance Twiggs. Like, we watched Lance Twiggs get up there dead-eyed like he had no soul in his body, like he was a robot, and sit there, and while he's chewing gum.
Dude, you think he's supposed to be some like happy, charismatic guy? His friend murdered a famous politician, and he's being interrogated by the police for a murder trial. And they're like, oh, he looked weird. Oh, how come he wasn't wearing his furry outfit?
We watched Land Twigs get up there dead-eyed like he had no soul in his body, like he was a robot,
soul.
and sit there, you know.
You look dude, where's your soul? You look dead-eyed. Where's your soul, bruh? There ain't no souls going in Valhalla, dude. Dead-eyed. You look dead-eyed. Great analysis. Oh, we look dead-eyed.
While he's chewing gum. I mean, they just look like your classic... Just
chewing gum like a classic MK Ultra victim. All right, dude.
Like the Batman theater shooter, like just like crooks. They all are like this 20-year-old dead-eyed, like you said, look like they've had their brains fried through some type of MK Ultra style programming. It's like the same thing every single time, and it's moved into they're always trans. But then that narrative also doesn't make any sense because you see Lance Twigs and you're like, okay, this is a man with a deep voice who feels like he's almost being forced to say, yeah, here you go. I mean, they all have this exact same look, right?
Dude, the idea that a man with a deep voice can't be a furry? You know, there's never been a tranny that's dressing like a woman with a deep voice before. That's pretty suspicious.
Right. And
for people that don't know,
he looked insane, but he did an insane thing too. He shot up a movie theater. Like, you got to be insane to do something like that.
Batman shooter's dad ran the NASA and the Pentagon's most secret brain interface mind control system for astronauts to control computers with their minds. And it's
probably like the most stressful moment of his life, being interrogated by a lawyer for a murder trial.
Told everybody he was under mind control. It came out in the newspaper that in the jail, he was saying, I didn't do it. They drugged me, help me. They did all this national security when they went in his apartment and said national.
Okay, well, why isn't Tyler saying that? Now they're both drugged. They both drugged him. It's ma'am, right?
Security took it over.
The spooks dyed his hair and juiced him up with meth.
The same CIA deputy head of MK Ultra was the doctor to Jack Ruby, was the doctor to McVeigh, Jolly and West. I mean, you can't make this up.
Yeah, there's never just a real shooting. No psychos ever do shootings. It's always got to be some MK Ultra thing. It's always got to be a conspiracy. Jones's whole shtick is everything's a conspiracy. Everything's a false flag. Until he makes his money shoveling this bullshit.
Yeah, and you know that's another thing with Tyler. Let's hypothetically say Tyler, the official narrative is true, right? What it still means to me is there's now with like you already showed all of the obvious multiple people involved in this.
What
at this point, even if he's the shooter,
obvious multiple people involved. Where's that been proven? Who demonstrated that?
He's obviously
this guy has like 500,000 followers on YouTube.
Put up to this by somebody, right? So yeah, okay, we got the guy who pulled the trigger, but that's not even going to even solve the actual case, in my opinion, because it's much higher level than that. There's no way it's not. There's too many people that are involved, shutting down foreign involvement. So that would be my thing. Is okay. Let's say it's true. I still would want to know. Okay, well, who actually was behind this? You know, was it the evil left?
See, I told you they were going to backpedal to that too. This inevitably was going to end up resulting in them backpedaling to. He's an MK Ultra actor, and this is all theater. He's in on it. But then also that there's a whole larger conspiracy behind it. Who put him up to it? Israel, it was in the Discords putting him up to it. If they would have started with that, I would have been like, okay, well, let's see. Is there any proof of that? But you can't like make all these crazy outlandish claims and then walk it back all the way to that and act like you were still right. That's what they're going to try to do.
Was it, our greatest ally? Was it Russia? Was it Iran? Was it China? I don't know. But the one thing I'll never believe is that Tyler, and even people on the other side, if they're honest, don't believe this, is that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman who pulled all of this shit off by himself, gets away. And it's that.
What do you mean? Lots of people are suspicious of that. Lots of people think the boyfriend was involved and knew about it more than he's letting on. Lots of people wonder if there was some Discord group, chat group with a bunch of these weird leftist furries that were knew about this. Still doesn't mean that he didn't do it on his own,
I'll never
he
believe
wanted
that,
to.
even if he is the shooter.
Real time,
Now they've
unstoppable.
moved the goalpost
Alex
so
Jones.
far back. They're like, well, maybe he is the shooter. So you've been wrong about everything for the last 10 months. Great. Glad we cleared that up. Yeah, Russia, I don't think Russia killed Charlie Kirk. He was basically anti-Ukraine and pro-Russia. Yeah, I think it's very likely Lance Twiggs did know what he was doing. He asked him for the Dremel so he can etch in the words on the bullets that he did, which is copycatting of what other trans shooters have done.
First of all, Jesus wasn't a Christian. He was a Jew. Christianity developed centuries later. And he certainly wasn't a Palestinian because there were no Palestinians. Jesus came from Judea, and the people he was around were Judeans, where they were Jews. So this is ridiculous, and this does very much correspond with what I was just saying just now, that there are people who, in either their ignorance and their hatred of Judaism, whether it's deliberate or because they're ignorant, they basically
imagine being able to build
are the indigenous people of the land of Israel, and the Jews are latter-day interlopers, and the Palestinians were the Christians were the Palestinians. I mean, it is such a mess of ignorance and, frankly, imbecility. You wouldn't expect an Archbishop of Canterbury to say anything so stupid.
Oh, they said Jesus was a Palestinian? I think that's stupid, too, to say that. He was Jewish. Don't cope. It was not called Palestine at that time. He wouldn't have been the Arab admixture of a Palestinian. He was Jewish. If he was real, he would have been Jewish.
Canterbury to some imbecility.
Imbecility. I didn't know imbecile could be an adjective. Sneeko keeps saying what?
Do you think there's an element?
Yeah, Slice. Yeah, a soft point bullet hitting him in the neck and then breaking up when it hits his vertebrae and not having an exit wound and staying inside his body is not impossible. All right? We've cleared that up a long time ago. You can't still be going back to that thing.
Element, uncomfortable as it might be for us two Jews to talk about, that Christianity has got over that holiday period where there was some form of restraint because of the Holocaust. And, Jews are basically the people who saw Jesus and did not accept him as the Messiah or the Son of God. And therefore, there must be something wrong with them, because actually the Jews are the only people that literally saw him and rejected that.
Well, Christianity has a Jewish problem. Having said that, I am hugely aware that there are millions of Christians who don't think like that, and who revere the Hebrew Scriptures. I'm thinking particularly of American evangelical Christians who revere the Hebrew Scriptures, revere the Hebrew Bible, believe that it is the Word of God, believe that God gave the promise to the Jews, the promise of the land, believe that the Jews are entitled to the land. Now, some of them believe that some of them love Jews because they believe that the Jews are going to bring about the second coming of Jesus, and at the end of days, the Jews will be all converted to Christianity. So I meet many, many American Jews who say, how can you possibly like these Christians? They want to convert us at the end of days. To which my reply is, well, I'll take my chances at the end of days. We'll all meet up and we'll have a discussion about it. And if I see Jesus, I'll say, were you here before? I mean, it's like ridiculous. These people, these American Christians are the most passionately pro-Israel people probably in the world. Well, perhaps in Africa, they're also passionately pro-Israel. But they're certainly more passionate, the American Christians, in defense, in support of Israel than our American Jews. More. No question about that. So I find this very difficult because there is a theological problem. and there are Christians for whom it is a very active problem and who are prejudiced against Jews because of that. But there are many, many Christians who are not and who are deeply devoted supporters of the State of Israel. They are decent people. And I also think, and this is another aspect of this unease, I also think that it's not possible for the West to survive, to recover itself, unless it reconnects to its core foundational values. Now, those core foundational values, in my view, are basically Jewish values, but they were mediated through Christianity.
Ha ha ha! The West won't. The Jewish Zionist lady says the West won't survive without the Jewish values of Christianity. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know on why we should run away from Christianity, nothing will. Nothing they fear more. Another example, another installment episode of Nothing Jews Fear More.
It's core foundational values. Now, unease, I also think that it's not possible for the West to survive, to recover itself, unless it reconnects to its core foundational values. Now, those core foundational values, in my view, are basically Jewish values, but they were mediated through Christianity. The West has to rediscover its Christian infrastructure. Now, that Christian infrastructure caused the mass murder of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of my and your ancestors in Britain. I didn't actually have ancestors in Britain, but you know what I mean, cultural ancestors. And so what is one saying? You know, one wants the return of Christianity after what they did to us? Well, actually, yes, because I want to see the West survive. And the West, in my view, won't survive unless it reconnects to Christianity. It would be nice, to put it mildly, if...
Dude, look at this. Again, another example. We always hear, oh, these Jews, Adam, you're a Jew because you don't like Jesus. These Jews are trying to destroy Christianity. Now we get one of the most prominent Zionist Jewish women saying, you will not survive without Jesus. You need Jesus to save the West. All right? E-Crusader's response, la, 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 la. Pretty Jewish to not worship Jesus, Adam, la, la, la. That's all they'll do.
Christianity could then reconnect to Judaism and stop regarding Jews as a problem and regard Jews instead as their older brother, their parent, from whom they learn, to whom they owe everything. Because
everything. We owe the Jews everything. Everything. Europe owes Jews everything. It's just absolutely disgusting.
Judaism, there'll be no Christianity, and with whom they can live in happy accommodation. That would be very nice.
Amazing. 40 likes. We find banger clips like this, 40 likes. I retweet it to my 90,000 followers, 40 likes, 700 views. See, the E-Crusaders will gatekeep the information that debunks them forever and pretend it doesn't exist.
I don't think it's possible for the West to survive as the West. I don't think it's possible for the West to survive as the West unless it reinstitutes its infrastructure of Christianity as the...
This is a different interview, too. She's got the same dress, the same tank top, the same butch haircut and tank top in both shots. Can you put some sleeves on, lady? You're a little too old to be seeing your shoulders and your armpits. Anderson Cooper looking mother effort. Jews stop subverting the Goyim with Christianity challenge impossible. Good one, Hellenist. Thank you. Europe won't survive without Jesus.
The foundation of its civilization. Christianity based on Judaism. I think that people need to become aware of something that has been denied or put into reverse in their minds, which is the supreme importance of religion to the West. This idea that the values that everybody most dearly loves are kind of universal. The, loving your neighbor as yourself, and the respect
Jews
for
did not
all
invent
human
that
life, the dignity of every human person, the importance of the rule of law, justice, compassion. We're told either they are...
Dude, apparently nothing good. The Goyim had nothing good in the world without the Jews. This type of arrogance is just revolting.
Are part of our DNA as human beings. Everyone's born with these values.
Any idiot could say that now.
There are plenty of idiots who do say that. The
Jews gave them to you.
It was given to us by the Greeks. Well, ancient Greek culture did contribute a great deal to the West. Some of it really very good. But ancient Greek culture was cruel, heartless, brutal, and by our definition of civilized values, very uncivilized. What we consider most dear.
Yeah, well, it was also 2,000 plus years ago. You can't compare the civilized world of 2020 or the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution to 2,300 years ago, 2,400 years ago.
What we consider to be the heart of civilized values in the West are the values given to us by the Hebrew Bible, mediated by Christianity.
No values without the He. Sounds like Jay Dyer. Oh, no more objectives and morals without Yahweh and the Jews.
That's what we have to get back to. And that is deeply, deeply unfashionable to say. Because, as you say, secular humanism, liberal universalism, secular humanism is now the religion. And it's led us to hell in a handcart, if I can use that inappropriate metaphor.
She sounds just like all the E-Crusaders that debate with me. Anti-secular humanism, pro-Judeo-Christian values.
Because we are, disintegrating.
The Greeks mocked Judea. Yeah, they did.
As a shared society, as a shared culture. And not just disintegrating in terms of warring tribes, but disintegrating in the sense that we no longer have a moral compass at all. And the source of our greatness, both as a moral civilization and as a force for progress.
Yeah, how about we compare Jews 2,000 years ago, or Jews 2,500 years ago to Greeks 2,500 years ago? Who was more civilized? Who had better morals and ethics and philosophy? Architecture. Who had better everything 2,500 years ago? The Jews in the Middle East or the Greeks?
Material progress.
Who was
These things
harder?
have depended upon the insights, the moral, the moral values of the Hebrew Bible, mediated by Christianity, because that is the scaffolding of a culture. If you knock down the scaffolding of a building, the building falls down. We have knocked down the scaffolding almost completely of Western civilization, and then we're a bit concerned about why it seems to be tottering. You have to restore the scaffolding, unpopular as that sounds, which means not just teaching about the importance of religion. I agree. We should know much more about Islam. People should know much more than they do about Judaism, about which they know virtually nothing, and much more about Christianity, and much more about the absolutely fundamental contribution made by Christianity and Judaism to the West. That's what we have to get back to.
Mm-hmm. How very Noahide of her. All the greatness of the West come from the Hebrew Bible. I think we just watched that one. All right, guys. 4-hour stream. Darn near $400. We smashed the goal. Thank you so much. Super long Friday stream.
They're nice.
Thank you.
Rationality was given to the world by the Hebrew Bible. Oh my God. I can't do any more of her. We get the point. We get the point. All right, that is all we have for today. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Like, share, subscribe, comment below. Leave a comment below. Not enough comments. I like reading your comments. Clip the show, share the link, spread the word. Have a nice weekend, and I will see you guys very soon. Take care.